Dante and Beatrice. The light behind paradise. Some loves do not ask to be possessed. They ask only to be remembered so completely that memory itself begins to resemble eternity. Before paradise became a vision of celestial order, it was first a wound, a memory, and a name carried through longing. This narration follows Dante not only as a poet in exile, but as a man whose inner world was forever shaped by Beatrice, the woman who appeared briefly in life, then expanded in death into symbol, guide, judge, and grace. Their story does not begin with a great romance in the ordinary sense. It begins with a glance, a city, and a soul young enough to believe that one moment of recognition could rearrange the architecture of a lifetime. If you find this useful, subscribe to the channel, like this video, and leave a comment. Because to understand why Beatrice mattered so deeply, we have to enter the strange and beautiful place where history, desire, faith, and language first met inside Dante's heart. That place was Florence. Not the Florence of postcards, museum halls, and silent marble, but a living medieval city of bells and bargaining, incense and bloodline, church processions and political feuds. A city where beauty did not soften conflict but stood beside it, almost daring it to become more refined. The streets were narrow, often crowded, full of merchants, apprentices, noble houses, and whispered alliances. Cloth traders built fortunes, families guarded honor like a weapon. Priests preached salvation while magistrates negotiated power. Men spoke of civic duty and revenge in the same breath. And above all of it, like a weather system moving through stone and prayer, language itself was changing. Florence in Dante's youth was not merely a place on a map. It was an atmosphere of pressure. It educated the senses and sharpened the soul. Here, public life was intimate and dangerous. One's name mattered. One's family mattered. One's faction mattered. To walk through the city, walk through webs of expectation, memory, and risk. And yet, it was also a city waking to new forms of expression. Poetry was no longer only the domain of distant courts or formal Latin traditions. Something more personal, more interior, more trembling was beginning to emerge. Human feeling, especially love, was becoming a language through which the soul could be examined. In such a world, emotion was never simply private. To love someone was not only to feel, it was to interpret. It was to measure one's suffering against inherited ideas of virtue, beauty, nobility, and divine order. A woman could be admired as a real presence in the social world, and, at the same time, elevated into a spiritual force within the imagination. This doubleness is essential if we want to understand Dante. He did not inherit a modern language of romance, self-expression, or psychology. He inherited a world in which the sight of a beloved woman could be understood as morally transformative, intellectually unsettling, and spiritually revealing. And into this world came a boy named Dante Alighieri. He was born into Florence in 1265, into a family respectable enough to belong to the city's civic life, though not among its greatest powers. He would grow up surrounded by the ambitions and anxieties of an urban republic that expected much from its sons. Education mattered, reputation mattered, eloquence mattered. But in Dante there seems, even from the earliest traces we can gather, to have been something unusually alert, unusually vulnerable to beauty, to injury, to meaning. He was not only intelligent, many were intelligent, he was permeable. The world entered him deeply. A sound, a phrase, a gesture, a spiritual question, a political injustice, a remembered face. These did not pass over him lightly. They lodged within him and continued to work. This sensitivity would become both his gift and his burden. Dante would grow into a poet of immense ambition, a thinker unwilling to separate earthly experience from ultimate questions. He wanted language to do more than decorate life. He wanted it to reveal structure inside suffering. He wanted to know why human beings longed, why they failed, why they betrayed themselves, why grace seemed both near and hidden. And because he was Dante, he would eventually try to build in poetry nothing less than a map of the soul's journey through despair, purification, and light. But before all of that, before exile, before the great poem, before the stern architecture of hell and the mountain of purgatory and the blazing harmony of paradise, there was a meeting, brief, almost impossibly slight when measured from the outside. Yet within Dante's memory it would become inexhaustible. Her name was Beatrice, or rather Beatrice Portinari, if we accept the traditional identification that history has handed down to us with both confidence and uncertainty. Even now, she stands at the threshold between deed and dream, a young Florentine woman from a real family, yes, a person who moved through the same city, was seen by the same eyes that saw towers and altars and marketplaces. And yet from the moment she enters Dante's writing, she is already more than biography can contain. She is a figure in the world and a figure in the soul. She is remembered as someone glimpsed, greeted, cherished from afar, but she is also shaped by poetry into a presence that exceeds ordinary memory. Dante tells us that he first saw her when they were both very young, children still, and that this encounter marked him with extraordinary force. Whether we read this literally, symbolically, or somewhere in between, the emotional truth remains the same. Dante experienced her as an event, not simply a girl he admired, not merely the object of adolescent fascination. Something in her appearance, in the fact of her being, struck him as if life had quietly divided itself into before and after. This is one of the mysteries at the center of their story, and it is the reason people continue to return to it. How can so little become so much? How can a handful of earthly encounters generate centuries of interpretation? One of the great love narratives in literature, and the emotional current that runs all the way into paradise. Was Beatrice truly the beloved woman Dante remembered with unwavering devotion? Was she transformed by poetic convention into an ideal beyond any actual person? Was she a theological symbol, a human face through which divine wisdom and grace could be imagined? Or was she, most powerfully, all of these at once inside Dante's inner universe? We should resist the temptation to solve the question too quickly. Modern minds often want a clean answer. Was she real or symbolic, historical or invented, romantic or religious? But medieval imagination, especially in the hands of a poet like Dante, did not always obey such neat partitions. Reality could be more layered than our categories allow. A real woman could become an image of salvation without ceasing to have been real. Personal love could become a road toward God without losing the ache of personal loss. Poetry could honor memory while transforming it. In Dante, these modes do not cancel each other, they intensify each other. That is why Beatrice remains so alive. Not because we know her fully, but because we feel the force of what she became within him. To say that she inspired Dante is true, but not enough. Inspiration sounds gentle, decorative, almost passive. What happened in Dante's imagination was more radical. Beatrice became a center of gravity, a moral measure, a source of shame when he strayed, a source of hope when he despaired, a promise that beauty was not merely an ornament of the world but a sign pointing beyond itself. Her name did not stay in the realm of youthful affection. It deepened into a spiritual necessity, and yet that necessity was born from absence. This matters, because the emotional engine of Dante's devotion is not fulfillment. It is distance, interruption, and loss. The story does not unfold as a worldly union. There is no shared domestic future, no mutual life built and preserved in ordinary time. Instead, there is brevity, separation, and the strange power of what cannot be completed on earth. Beatrice appears and recedes. She is near enough to transform him, far enough to remain beyond his possession. In this way, she becomes the ideal figure for a poet whose life would be defined by longing for justice, for home, for moral clarity, for God. If paradise eventually shines with order and radiance, it is because Dante first knew disorder and ache. The celestial vision was not born in emotional comfort, it was born in hunger. Before he could imagine the soul ascending through the heavens, he had to live with the memory of something beautiful he could not keep. Before Beatrice became the serene guide of transcendent realms, she was a name spoken inwardly by a man discovering that love can survive not by being satisfied, but by being carried. There is something profoundly human in that. Most of us know, in one way or another, what it means to be marked by a brief presence. A person enters our life for a moment, perhaps without even knowing the scale of what they have done, and leaves behind an interior change that endures for years. We continue speaking to them in memory. We return to old gestures, old words, old silences. We ask whether we loved them or what version of ourselves awakened in their presence. And sometimes the truest answer is that the two can no longer be separated. So it was with Dante. Though in him this common human experience reached uncommon intensity, he did not merely remember. He built with memory. He made from longing a language. He turned inward experience into art capacious enough to carry philosophy, theology, politics, grief, desire, and praise. Beatrice became the point at which these worlds converged. Through her, Dante's poetry could ask whether beauty saves, whether memory sanctifies, whether earthly love can be purified rather than denied. But we must be careful not to begin at the end. It is tempting, knowing what Beatrice will become in Dante's later work, to see her immediately bathed in the full light of destiny. Yet in the beginning there is still uncertainty, still youth, still a city pressing its demands upon every life within it. Dante is not yet the monumental poet of retrospect. He is a young man forming his voice in a world of rivalry and aspiration. He is learning how to see, learning how to suffer, learning how to convert emotion into words worthy of it. And Florence gives him no simple refuge for such learning. It is too brilliant, too contentious, too unstable. This is a city where family prestige and factional violence can shape a life as decisively as faith, where tenderness must coexist with hard public realities, where one may write of noble love in the morning and hear of civic unrest by evening. The collision between inner feeling and outer turmoil is not accidental in Dante's life. It is formative. His poetry will always bear that double inheritance. Intimate emotion sharpened by historical crisis. That is part of what makes the story of Dante and Beatrice so enduring. It does not float above the world, like a legend untouched by circumstance. It grows from within a specific human landscape, medieval Florence, restless and devout, cultivated and cruel, full of refinement and danger. In that setting, the sight of one young woman becomes, for one young man, the beginning of an inward revolution. Whether we call her muse, beloved, symbol, or revelation, Beatrice matters because Dante made of her not an escape from reality, but a way of reading reality more deeply. And perhaps that is the real question opening before us now. Not simply who Beatrice was in the archives, or even who she was in Dante's verses, but why this brief earthly encounter acquired such immense emotional and spiritual force. Why did her memory endure when so much else in life fell away? Why did her name survive political collapse, personal disappointment, exile, and grief? Why, in the imagination of one man, did a passing human presence become the light behind paradise? To answer that, we cannot remain at the surface of the legend. We have to go where Dante first learned to look, into the city that taught him contradiction, into the culture that taught him to join love with language, and into the early life that made him hungry for meanings larger than appearances. To understand why Beatrice mattered so deeply, we must first step into the world that formed Dante's eyes, language, and hunger for meaning. Florence in Dante's youth was not a quiet cradle for private feeling. It was a city of noise, trade, argument, bells, stone, banners, processions, oaths, debts, marriages, vendettas, and prayer. Everything in it seemed sharpened, its wealth, its intelligence, its ambition, its piety, its resentments. To be born there in the 13th century was to enter a place already burning with self-awareness. Florence knew it was becoming powerful. It knew it was exceptional. And because it knew this, it was restless, proud, and perpetually on edge. The city was flourishing. Money moved through its streets with unusual energy. Cloth merchants, bankers, notaries, guildsmen, artisans, and officials helped create an urban world that felt dynamic and self-confident. Towers rose above crowded lanes, churches expanded, public life mattered, reputation mattered, speech mattered. A man's family name could open doors, protect him, endanger him, or drag him into conflicts older than his own memory. Florence was brilliant not because it was peaceful, but because it forced every part of life into vivid public form. Prosperity did not soften the city, it intensified it. Underneath its beauty lay fracture. Alliances between families were delicate, strategic, and often temporary. Political factions divided neighborhoods, friendships, and futures. Feuds could pass from fathers to sons as if bitterness itself were an inheritance. Civic pride was fierce, but it did not produce harmony. It produced competition, suspicion, vigilance. Florence loved itself passionately, yet it was forever wounding itself. The same citizens who celebrated the greatness of their commune could also be drawn into retaliations, exclusions, and factional hatred. Public life was never abstract. It entered the household, the marriage contract, the street corner, the feast day, the whispered conversation. For a sensitive child growing up in such a world, love could never feel entirely separate from the structures around it. Affection and admiration did not float free in a private emotional sky. They passed through family expectation, social rank, public reputation, and moral language. To desire someone was also to encounter a network of meanings. Who she belonged to, what her presence signified, what dignity or danger attended her name. Longing itself learned to move through the city's visible hierarchies and invisible pressures. It is one of the reasons Dante's imagination would never treat love as merely a pleasant private sensation. In Florence, everything important was connected to larger orders, and every inward feeling could suddenly reveal political or spiritual weight. And yet this was not only a city of conflict, it was also a city of extraordinary aspiration. Florence wanted not merely to survive but to define itself, to make itself worthy of remembrance. Its public identity was tied to law, commerce, religion, and language. Men argued over justice, honor, governance, and the common good with a seriousness that could feel noble one day and ruthless the next. In such a climate, the soul was constantly being tested by contradiction. One learned to live among splendor and instability at the same time. One learned that beauty and danger could inhabit the same street matters because Dante's way of seeing was formed in exactly that tension. He did not inherit a world where the sacred and the ordinary stood far apart. He inherited one in which spiritual significance pressed close to daily life. Religion was not confined to learned speculation or occasional ritual. It saturated the hours. Bells marked time. Feast days shaped the year. Images of saints, sermons on sin, prayers for the dead, processions through the streets, confessions, altars, candles, and the ever-present memory of judgment formed the atmosphere in which people ate, worked, married, mourned, and hoped. The invisible world was not an idea hovering above experience. It was woven into experience. To modern ears, spiritual symbolism can sometimes sound distant, like a code one has to study before it means anything. For Dante's Florence, it was closer to a native tongue. People understood themselves through stories of fall and redemption, grace and wandering, light and blindness, mercy and justice. They imagined the soul in motion. They thought of life as a pilgrimage, of sin as distortion, of virtue as alignment with a higher order. Even those who failed morally still lived inside that imaginative universe. a glance, a gesture, a death, a dream, a season of grief. None of these had to remain merely literal. They could become signs. They could echo eternity. That does not mean every Florentine lived in serene holiness. Far from it. The city's violence and vanity prove otherwise. But precisely because religion was so embedded in common life, it gave people a ready language for interpreting emotional experience in spiritual terms. If a beloved face seemed to awaken gratitude, humility, or longing for goodness, there were already words and images nearby to receive that feeling. If beauty seemed to hint at divine order, that intuition did not require a philosophical leap. The world itself was assumed to be meaningful. Earthly things could point beyond themselves. In this environment, love did not have to choose between body and soul in the simplified way later ages often imagine. Desire could be dangerous, yes. Moralists warned against excess, illusion, and idolatry. But admiration, especially when disciplined by poetic tradition, could also be described as refining, ennobling, or awakening. The beloved might stir not only appetite, but conscience, wonder, and the desire to become worthy. For a young poet, this was an intoxicating possibility. It meant that the heart's disturbance could be more than embarrassment or hunger. It could be interpreted as a summons. Florence offered Dante not only a religious imagination but a literary one. He came of age when the language of love poetry was undergoing a transformation. The older traditions of courtly love still lingered. The distant lady, the devoted lover, the secrecy, the service, the pain that becomes eloquence. In these poems, love often appears as a discipline of longing. The beloved is elevated, the lover humbled. Distance gives intensity its shape. Suffering becomes proof of seriousness. The heart learns itself by what it cannot fully possess. This tradition had traveled and changed before it reached Dante. It bore traces of Provençal song, aristocratic codes, stylized devotion, and the pleasure of formal expression. Love was not merely confessed, it was crafted. Emotion entered a chamber of art, where it was refined into image, rhythm, and gesture. The lady was often less a fully speaking person than a radiant center, around which the poet's interior life could organize itself. To modern sensibilities, that can seem limiting, and often it was. But within that convention there also emerged a radical intuition, that the encounter with beauty might reorder the self. In Florence and its wider cultural circle, this intuition deepened into what would be called the dolce stil novo, the sweet new style. Here the beloved woman could appear not simply as an object of desire, but as a presence whose beauty reveals moral and spiritual significance. She could be portrayed as carrying gentleness, intelligence, or grace in a form that ennobles those capable of truly perceiving her. Love, in this vision, becomes less theatrical and more inward. It is not only about longing formed before society, it is about transformation within the soul. This poetic movement mattered enormously for Dante. It gave him forms, metaphors, and precedents. It showed him that vernacular Italian, not only learned Latin, could bear subtle thought and delicate feeling. It invited him to treat love as intellectually serious and spiritually charged. It made it possible to speak of a woman in terms that hover between earthly beauty and heavenly radiance. It taught that language could rise with feeling, that the lyric voice could become a place where ethics, desire, and metaphysics touched one another. Yet even as Dante absorbed this culture, he was not content merely to repeat it. Something in him was already searching beyond convention. He inherited the image of the beloved as ennobling, but he wanted that ennoblement to be real, not decorative. He inherited the language of idealized praise, but he strained toward a truth deeper than elegant exaggeration. He inherited the lover's suffering as a poetic theme, but he would increasingly ask what suffering reveals, what it demands, and whether it can lead the soul toward God or only back to itself. That is part of what makes his early development so compelling. He was shaped by a city where public identity was unstable, by a faith that charged all existence with meaning, and by a poetic tradition that made interior emotion worthy of artistic seriousness. But he did not simply stand at the intersection of these forces. He internalized their tensions. From Florence, he learned that life is political whether one wishes it or not. From religion, he learned that visible things are never merely visible. From poetry, he learned that love can refine language and perhaps character. But from his own restless intelligence, he learned to ask harder questions. Can a human affection become a path towards salvation? Can beauty tell the truth? Can memory preserve a person without turning her into a fantasy? Can longing become a moral force, rather than a wound one simply decorates with verse? These questions were not yet fully formed in the boy Dante, but the ground for them was already being prepared. The city around him offered constant evidence that human beings are divided against themselves. The church offered a drama of fall and redemption. Poetry offered a way to translate inward upheaval into speech. Out of these elements, Dante's imagination began to take on its distinctive seriousness. He was drawn to beauty, but not trivially. He was susceptible to idealization, but not lazily. He wanted from love not just pleasure or prestige, but revelation. This is why Florence must be understood not as a backdrop, but as an active force in his becoming. Its streets taught him the instability of earthly arrangements. Its ambitions taught him the power of naming and remembrance. Its factional bitterness taught him how easily human communities lose their way. Its churches and rituals taught him to interpret experience symbolically. Its poets taught him that a woman might be described not only as lovely, but as luminous in a manner that changes the one who sees her. In another city, under another sky, perhaps a childhood attraction would have remained just that. Tender, fleeting, ordinary. In Florence, even the first stirrings of admiration could enter a field already alive, with theology, rhetoric, social meaning, and the dream of inward nobility. And still, there was a limit to everything the city could offer. Florence could teach him language, but not peace. It could teach him aspiration, but not fulfillment. It could surround him with symbols, but not guarantee wisdom. It could celebrate beauty while also corrupting love with status and rivalry. Perhaps this, too, helped shape the intensity of his later devotion. In a world so unstable, the soul naturally searches for what does not betray it. In a city where loyalties fracture and honors vanish, one begins to hunger for a form of goodness that does not decay with politics. In a culture where public life is loud, one begins to treasure the inward sign that feels pure, clarifying, almost uncreated. Dante's poetic voice would grow out of precisely that hunger. He would take from courtly love its reverence, from the still novo its spiritual elevation, from Christian faith its language of assent and beatitude, and from Florence its tragic knowledge of divided human life. But he would press all of it towards something more intimate, more morally demanding, and more enduring than convention alone could sustain. He did not want merely to praise beauty. He wanted to understand what beauty asks of the soul. He did not want merely to lament absence. He wanted to know whether loss could become illumination. He did not want merely to adorn a beloved with heavenly imagery. He wanted to discover whether a human life, remembered faithfully enough, could become a real guide through darkness. That longing for a love that is personal, and yet more than personal, earthly and yet open to eternity, did not arrive all at once. It began in a city that trained the eye to read significance everywhere, and trained the heart to feel within structures larger than itself. Florence gave Dante the contradictions he would spend a lifetime transforming into art. It gave him beauty shadowed by violence, devotion shadowed by pride, intimacy shadowed by public consequence. It taught him that every human attachment lives inside history. And because of that, when love came, he was ready to feel it not as an isolated event, but as part of a greater design he could sense before he could name. Within this charged city, one childhood encounter would begin as something almost ordinary and end as the axis of an immortal poem. Dante would later tell the story with the calm certainty of someone, not merely an event, but an origin. He was about 9 years old, he says, when he first saw Beatrice. She too was near that age. A child standing at the edge of a world she could not yet know she would inhabit forever in another person's imagination. The meeting, according to tradition, took place at a feast in Florence, likely in the house of her father, Folco Portinari. It was not a dramatic scene. There was no private conversation suspended in golden light, no promise, no confession, no sign that history had paused. There was only a boy, a girl, a room, a brief encounter among families and formalities. And yet when Dante looked back across the distance of years, he remembered that instant as if something more than sight had happened. In his recollection, Beatrice appeared dressed in a soft crimson, a color already alive with symbolic force in the medieval imagination, though perhaps to the child she was simply radiant in it. Dante's language, when he later wrote of this moment in La Vita Nuova, carries a trembling seriousness that makes the scene feel less like social memory and more like revelation. He tells us that in that first encounter, the spirit of life within him shook. The deepest center of his being seemed to recognize an arrival before his mind could understand it. This is one of the most striking things about Dante's account. He does not describe himself as merely pleased or enchanted. He describes an inward disturbance so total that it reorganizes him. Love is not presented as a passing sweetness. It is introduced as a force that enters, announces itself, and demands to be obeyed. For a modern listener, it can be tempting to ask how much of this should be taken literally. Did a 9-year-old boy truly experience such sacred intensity in the moment itself? Or did the older Dante, already a poet and already living inside the long consequences of memory, shape the childhood encounter into a meaningful beginning? The honest answer is that we cannot separate those things cleanly. What matters is not only what happened in the room, but what happened in recollection. Dante's genius was not to preserve memory as a static photograph. It was to return to memory until it revealed a pattern, a vocation, a destiny. In that sense, the first meeting is important, not because it can be verified in perfect detail, but because Dante made it the first recognizable step in an inner journey that would define his life's work. The brevity of the moment is part of its power. So much of human life is shaped not by long explanations, but by flashes that become permanent. A face glimpsed once, a voice heard at the right hour. A meeting so short that by ordinary measure it should dissolve into the crowd of all other moments. Most such encounters disappear. They fade because the heart lets them fade. But sometimes the heart does the opposite. It closes around a single impression and keeps warming it in secret, year after year, until the memory begins to give off its own light. That seems to be what happened to Dante. The outward event was small. The inward aftershock was immense. What did he actually see? We cannot know more than what his writing allows us to feel. Perhaps he saw grace before he had language for grace. Perhaps he saw composure, gentleness, a kind of effortless nobility that children sometimes carry without knowing it. Perhaps he saw simply a presence that did not remain at the surface of perception, but moved inward and settled there. However we imagine the scene, Dante insists on one thing. Beatrice was not, from the beginning, merely one attractive figure among others. She arrived in his consciousness as a sign. Not a sign in the cheap sense of fantasy, but in the deeper medieval sense, where visible things could bear meanings larger than themselves. To see truly was to perceive more than appearances. And in Beatrice, Dante felt that appearance and meaning had somehow met. This helps explain why the memory took on sacred intensity. In Dante's world, the soul was not divided cleanly from daily life. The smallest earthly encounter could become spiritually consequential. A gesture, a greeting, a glance could alter the moral weather of the self. So when he later says that the sight of Beatrice awakened something profound in him, he is not ornamenting experience to make it sound grander. He is describing a universe in which love could be both emotional and metaphysical at once. The first sight of her did not simply produce desire. It summoned attention. It called him inward. It made him feel, however dimly, that his life might have to answer to something higher than appetite, vanity, or social ambition. This is why Beatrice's role in Dante's imagination cannot be reduced to romance. Even at the beginning, she is not only the object of affection, she becomes the occasion of self-knowledge. Under her gaze, or even under the memory of her gaze, Dante becomes visible to himself. He becomes aware of his own trembling, his own insufficiency, his own need to become worthy of what he has encountered. That is an extraordinary burden for one brief meeting to carry. But that is precisely the point. Dante's account shows us a boy whose emotional life is suddenly inseparable from an ethical and poetic awakening. Love does not simply make him feel more. It makes him examine himself. It gives him a standard, a horizon, a way of measuring the distance between the person he is and the person he might become. And perhaps that is the first miracle of Beatrice in Dante's life. Not that she spoke some unforgettable line or performed some dramatic act, but that her presence drew out capacities in him that might otherwise have remained dormant. A person can change us without intending to. They can do it simply by existing before us in such a way that we begin to feel called to greater clarity. Dante remembered Beatrice like this, as someone who did not merely stir his heart, but awakened his conscience and his imagination together. In her presence, beauty was no longer neutral. It became directional. It pointed beyond itself. The fact that both were so young makes the story even more delicate. Childhood memory is strange. It can be blurred in one area and unbearably sharp in another. We forget whole seasons and remember one room, one color, one expression, one moment when the world suddenly seemed more alive than before. Dante's memory of Beatrice belongs to that order of experience. It may have lasted minutes, yet he treated it as the beginning of a lifetime. This does not make the memory less true. In some ways, it makes it more true to how human beings actually live. We are not formed only by what lasts long. We are formed by what strikes deep. It is also important to notice that Dante did not preserve this moment privately and silently forever. He gave it shape in language. By writing it, he transformed a personal impression into literary myth. But myth, in this sense, does not mean falsehood. It means a memory made resonant enough to carry universal significance. The boy seeing the girl becomes, in Dante's telling, the soul encountering the possibility of transfiguration. The room in Florence becomes the threshold of a spiritual history. The heart's confusion becomes the beginning of a pilgrimage. This is what poets do at their highest level. They do not invent importance out of nothing, but recognize that the smallest lived moments may contain patterns large enough to illuminate many lives. In La Vita Nuova, Dante writes with the curious mixture of intimacy and ceremony that marks his love for Beatrice from the start. He is close to the feeling, but he also frames it with reverence, as though he knows he is handling something fragile and holy. This reverence matters. It means that Beatrice is never simply consumed by his gaze. She is not flattened into fantasy. She remains other, distant, in some sense inviolate. Even in memory, Dante does not possess her. He receives the impression of her. That distinction shapes everything that follows. Because he cannot own the experience, he must interpret it. Because he cannot reduce her to private satisfaction, he must ask what her presence means. And in asking that question again and again across years, he slowly builds the spiritual architecture that will later support the divine comedy. If the first meeting had led quickly to familiar closeness, Perhaps the story would have remained only a tender youthful attachment. But distance became part of its force. The encounter was brief. The access was limited. The feeling had to live in absence almost as much as in presence. This gave memory room to work. And memory in Dante was never passive. It was active, shaping, searching, translating sensation into significance. Every return to that first vision made it larger, not because he was escaping reality, but because he was trying to understand why one seemingly ordinary moment had become inexhaustible within him. That effort to understand is deeply human. Many people have known some version of it. The attempt to explain why one encounter mattered more than logic says it should, why one face remains after countless others vanish, why a brief exchange can become a lifelong inward reference point. In Dante's case, the explanation he arrived at was not sentimental. He did not say merely that Beatrice was unforgettable. He suggested that through her, he had been awakened to a more ordered, more demanding, more luminous way of being alive. She became bound up with the discovery that the heart can be educated by love, disciplined by it, lifted by it toward realities it did not previously know how to seek. And so the first meeting becomes foundational, not because it was dramatic in itself, but because Dante made it the site where emotional memory and spiritual meaning first fused. Before Beatrice, the world may already have been full of beauty, religion, ambition, and language. After Beatrice, those things were no longer scattered. They began to converge. She stood at the meeting point between feeling and form, between desire and devotion, between the personal life and the poetic life. In seeing her, Dante did not simply begin to love someone. He began to become the particular kind of writer who could one day turn love into a map of the soul. There is something almost heartbreaking in the scale of this disproportion. A moment so short, carrying consequences so vast. A child's encounter, later remembered with the gravity of liturgy. But this disproportion is exactly what gives the story its enduring tenderness. Dante does not ask us to believe that every second was visibly monumental. He asks us to consider that sometimes the meaning of a moment arrives later, and when it does, it illuminates not only the past, but the whole path that followed. The first sight of Beatrice became, in retrospect, the first chapter of an interior scripture. He read his own life backward through that encounter and found there the earliest trace of a calling. Whether Beatrice herself knew any of this is another matter entirely. Most likely, she did not know the full magnitude of the place she would occupy in Dante's soul. That too is part of the poignancy. The person who becomes central in our inward life may move through the world without seeing the architecture being built around their memory. Yet the hiddenness does not make the transformation less real. For Dante, Beatrice's significance did not depend on mutual drama or continuous intimacy. It depended on what her presence awakened and what his fidelity to that awakening slowly made possible. By the time he wrote of their first meeting, he was no longer merely preserving a childhood impression. He was honoring the beginning of a long discipline of attention. He had learned that love, if remembered deeply enough, can become more than longing. It can become a way of seeing. And that way of seeing began here, in a brief encounter between two children in Florence, in a moment that the city itself almost certainly did not notice, but that one soul would carry as if eternity had brushed against time. But a first meeting becomes legend only when memory refuses to let it fade. And Dante's memory of Beatrice would deepen with every silence between them. That deepening did not happen through long conversations, secret correspondence, or a hidden life shared beyond the eyes of Florence. It happened paradoxically through lack. The historical Dante almost certainly knew Beatrice only in brief, formal, tightly limited ways. Whatever passed between them in the visible world was small enough to be overlooked by everyone around them. A greeting in the street, a glimpse during a public gathering, the charged recognition of one presence by another in a city where people lived close together, yet within boundaries that were carefully guarded. To modern eyes, such fragments can seem too slight to sustain a lifelong devotion. But in Dante's world, and in Dante's temperament, they became inexhaustible. This is one of the first truths that must be faced if we want to understand Beatrice as she lived in his imagination. She was not formed there in spite of distance. She was formed there through it. The fewness of their contact did not weaken the force of feeling. It concentrated it. When reality offers only a handful of moments, each moment begins to gather unusual weight. A look is no longer just a look. A salutation is no longer a small courtesy. It becomes an event, a sign, something to be returned to in solitude and examined from every angle. What cannot be lived fully in the world begins to unfold inwardly, where memory has no witnesses and desire is free to shape meaning with extraordinary intensity. We should remember, too, the structure of the society around them. Florence in Dante's time was full of movement, rivalry, ceremony, and social obligation. Families were not merely private units of affection, they were political and economic bodies, deeply invested in alliance, reputation, and continuity. Marriage among the noble and prominent classes was rarely a matter of romantic choice. It was arranged, negotiated, placed within the logic of family advantage and civic standing. A young man and woman might see one another, know one another by name, even feel the gravity of each other's presence, and yet remain separated by convention at every essential point. Beatrice herself would marry another man, as Dante would marry Gemma Donati. This fact is often stated quickly, as though it settles the matter, as though it proves that what Dante felt belonged only to fantasy. But it is more revealing to see what such marriages meant within the world they inhabited. They did not necessarily erase inward feeling. They simply established the social forms within which lives would proceed. Personal longing did not govern public arrangement. Affection, if it existed, had to survive inside a system that was not designed to privilege it, and so restraint was not an accidental feature of Dante's love. It was the atmosphere in which that love had to breathe. Decorum mattered. Noble women were protected by codes of conduct, by family expectation, by the ever-present scrutiny of reputation. A woman's public behavior could be read, judged, and discussed. A man's conduct toward her was also unconstrained. There were rules of distance, of gesture, of language. Intimacy was improbable not simply because individuals were timid, but because society itself was built to prevent certain kinds of access. Desire did not move in open space. It moved through veils. In that world, even the smallest exchange could become radiant. A greeting from Beatrice, in Dante's own account, was enough to shake him inwardly, enough to seem like a form of grace. We might be tempted to call this exaggeration, but that temptation comes from living in a culture saturated with contact, where words and images arrive too often to retain their force. Dante lived where access was rare, and rarity sharpened attention. If one sees the beloved only occasionally, then each encounter arrives with the intensity of season after season of waiting. If one cannot speak freely, then silence itself begins to speak. If one cannot possess, then one learns to read meaning in signs that would otherwise pass unnoticed. This helps explain why absence did not merely accompany Dante's love. It structured it. He loved not by drawing Beatrice into a shared daily life, but by carrying her through long intervals when she was nowhere visible. The imagination had room to work because the world gave so little. Yearning became a kind of architecture. Memory supplied one chamber, hope another, reverence another still. In that inward structure, Beatrice was never reduced to the ordinary friction of familiarity. She did not become common to him through repetition. Instead, she remained always partly veiled, always just beyond reach, and for that very reason capable of bearing meanings larger than ordinary attachment usually allows. There is something both beautiful and dangerous in this. Beautiful, because it shows how the heart can be educated by what it cannot have, how desire can become attentive rather than merely hungry. Dangerous, because the absent beloved can be made to carry more than any human being could naturally sustain. The less one truly knows in lived detail, the more one may fill the unknown with interpretation. The beloved becomes a mirror, a symbol, a vessel for spiritual hunger, moral aspiration, poetic ambition. She becomes not only herself but the form in which the lover organizes his deepest longings. This is part of what happened with Beatrice. Dante's devotion was sincere, but sincerity does not prevent idealization. In some ways it can intensify it. And yet idealization in Dante's case is not simply illusion in the shallow sense. It is not merely that he knew little and therefore invented much. It is that he experienced the little he knew as a summons. He did not treat Beatrice as an empty screen onto which anything could be projected. Her presence, however brief, struck him as authoritative. It called forth from him a seriousness he recognized as transformative. Even if the historical exchanges between them were few, they were enough to persuade him that love could demand refinement of the soul. The scarcity of contact did not make the experience unreal. It made it inwardly exacting. This is why so much of Dante's love seems to grow in the spaces between meetings. He is not nourished by possession. He is shaped by anticipation, by recollection, by the ache of not being near the one who has become central to his inner life. Such love does not move toward satisfaction in the usual way. It moves toward interpretation. What did her greeting mean? What changed in him when she appeared? Why did a simple encounter disturb the entire order of his senses? These are not the questions of a man enjoying a romance. They are the questions of a man trying to understand why another person has become the axis of his moral and emotional imagination. There is also humility in this distance, though it is a humility that can be painful. Dante cannot arrange the beloved to his convenience. He cannot command time with her, cannot dissolve the social world that surrounds her, cannot make himself central in her life, simply because she is central in his. He must remain, in a profound sense, receptive. He waits, he notices, he suffers uncertainty. He learns that devotion may have to exist without assurance. In that condition, the self is denied easy gratification. What grows instead is a love marked by vigilance and restraint, one that feeds on the faintest signs because signs are all it is given. For a poet, this condition is especially powerful. Poetry often begins where direct possession fails. It begins where something matters too much to be consumed, and too little is available to settle the feeling into ordinary fact. Dante's Beatrice lived in part in that charged interval. She was a real woman in Florence, bound to family, marriage, mortality, and the practical contours of her time. But because she was never fully available to the routines of his life, she could continue to radiate beyond those contours. She remained open to meaning. The inaccessible in her did not erase her humanity. It preserved the distance through which his imagination could keep discovering depths in what had only briefly appeared. To say this carefully matters. We do not honor Beatrice by pretending she was only Dante's symbol. She had her own life, her own world of relations and duties, most of which history has not preserved in detail. She was not born to become an emblem in someone else's poem. And yet what survives of her for us is inseparable from the way Dante saw her. That survival itself tells us something extraordinary. Her power in literary history depends partly on what remained inaccessible, not only to Dante but now to us as well. We cannot recover her in full as a biographical figure. We know her through traces, references, echoes, and the force of a poet's devotion. The mystery that shaped Dante's love still shapes our encounter with her. In this sense, distance becomes almost creative. It leaves room for elevation. If Beatrice had entered Dante's life as a familiar companion, If theirs had been a fully shared and ordinary attachment, she might have remained precious to him in another way, but she may not have become what she did. Familiarity tends to draw people into the textures of daily compromise. One sees moods, habits, disappointments, practical incompatibilities. One loves through those realities or fails to. But Dante's path was different. Beatrice remained lit from afar. Her image reached him across interruptions, absences, and impossibility. That distance did not make her less real to him. It made her legible in a different register, one closer to vision than to domestic knowledge. The emotional structure this created is essential to everything that follows in Dante's work. Yearning, not possession, becomes the foundation. Reverence, not intimacy, sets the tone. Interpretation, not certainty, supplies movement. He learns to live with a beloved who is present enough to awaken him but absent enough to keep awakening him again and again. That rhythm of appearing and vanishing trains the soul in a particular way. It teaches attention sharpened by deprivation. It teaches memory as a form of fidelity. It teaches that love may deepen not when desire is answered, but when it is purified by what it cannot claim. There is sorrow in that, of course. A life built around glimpses is also a life marked by incompletion. Dante's devotion carries tenderness, but also ache. It depends on moments that end too soon and meanings that cannot be confirmed. The beloved remains partly unknowable. The heart stretches toward what it cannot secure. Yet this incompletion is not empty. It becomes fertile. In the silence left by unfulfilled nearness, language begins to form. The mind, unable to settle into possession, searches for another kind of relation, one that can honor what has been felt without reducing it to appetite or complaint. And perhaps this is one reason Beatrice becomes so powerful. She stands at the crossing point between the earthly and the unreachable. She is near enough to be remembered as a real face in the streets of Florence, and distant enough to gather around herself the brightness of aspiration. She belongs to the world, and yet she is never contained by the world available to Dante. He sees her, but cannot dwell with her. He receives signs, but not a life together. He is stirred, but not fulfilled. That very tension gives her an unusual force. She is not simply loved, she is contemplated. Not simply desired, interpreted. Not simply remembered, inwardly exalted. For many people, such a love would eventually collapse under the weight of its own asymmetry. It would fade into embarrassment, resignation, or bitterness. But Dante's gift, and perhaps his burden, was that he did not let those fragments scatter. He gathered them. He treated them as if they concealed a pattern worthy of lifelong attention. Where another person might have seen only the pain of impossibility, Dante began to perceive form. The distance itself became meaningful. The restraint became discipline. The glimpses became revelations, whose power lay not in what they gave him, but in what they demanded of his imagination, his language, and his soul. So the historical smallness of their relationship is not a footnote to the story. It is the story's essential condition. Without that scarcity, there might have been affection, admiration, even longing. But there may not have been Beatrice, as Dante came to know her. Not merely a woman admired, but a presence through whom love could become inward practice, and longing could become a path of vision. From those fragments of contact, Dante would begin to build not a romance in the ordinary sense, but a language of devotion unlike any he had known. What had first arrived as shock, wonder, and inward trembling now searched for shape. Feeling alone was not enough. If it remained only inside him, it would flicker and vanish, changing with mood, fading with time, becoming one more private disturbance in a life already crowded by ambition, study, politics, and memory. Dante began to understand, perhaps slowly, perhaps with the urgency of someone afraid of losing what he could barely explain, that language might do more than describe experience. It might preserve it. It might hold a moment still long enough for the soul to examine it. It might rescue a glance, a greeting, a silence from the erosion of time and give it a second life. This discovery mattered as much as the love itself. In learning how to write Beatrice, Dante was also learning how to become Dante. Poetry offered him a way to gather feelings that ordinary speech could not bear without breaking them. Everyday language was too blunt for what he sensed in her presence. It could say that she was beautiful, gracious, noble, but such words, by themselves, remained on the surface. They named qualities without capturing the transformation those qualities produced. Dante wanted to speak not only of what he saw, but of what happened when he saw. He wanted to record the strange disturbance of inner life, the weakening of the body, the quickening of thought, the moral pressure, the sense that beauty was demanding a better self from the one who beheld it. So his early poems begin in a space between confession and craft. They are intimate, but they are not unshaped. They tremble, yet they also measure that trembling. Again and again, Dante turns toward verse as if it were a chamber where emotion could become legible. Memory enters, and poetry arranges it. Desire enters, and poetry refines it. Sorrow enters, and poetry gives it cadence, proportion, and recurrence. In that process, the private heart is not erased but disciplined. The intensity remains, yet it acquires contour. Feeling becomes form. This was one of Dante's great early revelations, that poetry could organize memory without draining it of life. A remembered encounter did not have to remain a blur of pain and sweetness. It could be revisited, divided into moments, interpreted for its signs. The poet could return to the scene not merely to relive it, but to understand it. A greeting from Beatrice, a passing appearance, even the report of her presence elsewhere could become the center of a meditation. Through verse, Dante transformed fleeting incidents into durable inner events. He learned that the heart does not only suffer experience, it can also read it, and poetry became the script in which that reading took place. In this new interior world, Beatrice stood at the center, but not as a figure of simple romantic possession. She became the source around which an entire emotional vocabulary began to gather. Beauty was certainly part of it, but beauty in Dante's early imagination is never merely decorative. It is active. It moves through a room. It alters expressions. It compels silence. It unsettles pride. It awakens longing not only in him, but in those who witness her. Her beauty is not a still object to be admired from a safe distance. It is almost an event, something that happens to people. Around that beauty, humility begins to glow with equal force. Beatrice is not only radiant, she is marked by a kind of composure that deepens the effect of her presence. Dante's language returns again and again to gestures of restraint, gentleness, and dignity. This is crucial because it shows that his devotion is not built on spectacle alone. He is moved by the union of loveliness and inward measure, by a femininity that does not need to announce itself loudly in order to command awe. If beauty dazzles, humility renders the dazzling bearable. It gives moral texture to attraction. It allows admiration to rise toward reverence. And then there is trembling, that recurring sign that the soul has encountered more than it can immediately contain. In Dante's early poems, trembling is not weakness in any ordinary sense. It is evidence that the boundaries of the self have been shaken. The body responds because the spirit has been touched first. The heart races, speech fails, color changes, thought fragments. But these symptoms are not there only for dramatic effect. They reveal a deeper conviction that true encounters with beauty expose the soul's vulnerability, its incompleteness, and its desire for elevation. To tremble before Beatrice is to discover that one is not yet equal to what one loves. Revelation, too, enters this vocabulary. Her presence does not simply charm, it unveils. Something hidden becomes momentarily visible. Sometimes it is Dante's own inner condition, brought suddenly to light. Sometimes it is a larger intuition, difficult to name, that human beauty might carry traces of a reality beyond itself. Even in these early stages, long before his vision reaches its most theological form, one senses that Dante is not content with admiration as a closed circuit between lover and beloved. He feels, however dimly at first, that Beatrice points beyond herself even while remaining fully herself. She is not reduced to an allegory. Yet her presence opens a path of meaning larger than biography. This is why Dante's early poetry matters so deeply. He is not simply saying over and over that Beatrice is lovely. He is trying to dramatize the effect of her being in the world. When she appears, what happens to the atmosphere around her? What happens to the men and women who see her? What happens to language itself? Dante's answer is that ordinary social space is altered. Those around her become aware of their own roughness, their own inward poverty, their own longing for grace. Some are struck silent, some are moved to tears. Some feel their thoughts purified. Her presence acts almost like a test, revealing what is coarse and what is capable of refinement in the souls she touches. In that sense, Dante's praise of Beatrice is never only physical description. To dwell on her eyes, her greeting, her bearing, her manner of walking through the city is to trace a chain of spiritual effects. She becomes legible through consequences. We know her, in part, by seeing what she does to others. This is one of the most distinctive features of Dante's early style of devotion. He shifts attention away from possession and toward transformation. The important question is not, can I have her? It is, what am I becoming in relation to her? And beyond that, what becomes possible for human feeling when beauty is met with disciplined language rather than appetite alone? That question places Dante within a broader poetic world, but it also marks his difference. The culture around him already possessed traditions of courtly praise, inherited formulas of love, established poses of longing and nobility. He learned from them. He absorbed their cadences and expectations. Yet in his hands, those conventions begin to turn inward with unusual seriousness. He uses inherited language, but he strains it toward a more searching examination of consciousness. His poems do not merely display elegant suffering. They study it. They ask what love knows, what it destroys, what it purifies, what illusions it creates, what truths it uncovers. Beatrice is the occasion, but the poetry becomes a laboratory of the soul. As he writes, Dante is also discovering that devotion itself can be creative. To praise is not only to admire, it is to shape a world in words where admiration can be shared, tested, and renewed. This is where private feeling begins its slow transformation into cultural meaning. A solitary experience, by being written, enters a community. Other readers may not have seen Beatrice. They may never hear her voice or pass her in the street. Yet through the poem they are invited into the experience of her significance. They do not merely learn that Dante loved. They are asked to inhabit the conditions of that love, to feel its hesitations, its exaltations, its demands on language and memory. That act of sharing changes the nature of the emotion itself. Love, once written, is no longer only an inward state. It becomes a structure of relation between poet, subject, and audience. Dante begins to compose not just for relief, but for witness. He wants others to recognize the quality of what has happened to him, not because he seeks pity, and not simply because he wants to glorify his own sensitivity, but because he believes the experience contains something exemplary. If Beatrice has revealed a way in which beauty may call the soul toward nobility, then recording that revelation becomes almost a duty. Poetry turns into service. This is why the making of verse can feel, in Dante's early life, like a devotional practice. He returns to memory with care, as though handling something fragile and precious. He chooses words not merely for ornament, but for fidelity. He seeks a tone adequate to gratitude, to astonishment, to grief. Each poem becomes an offering, an attempt to honor what exceeds him by not speaking of it carelessly. Even his self-consciousness, his awareness of literary tradition, his concern with style and form are drawn into this devotion. Craft is not opposed to feeling here. Craft is the way feeling proves its seriousness. To labor over a poem is to confess that the beloved deserves more than spontaneity. She deserves exactness. Yet there is also risk in this process. The more Dante writes, the more he must confront the gap between experience and expression. No poem can fully contain the moment that inspired it. The heart always knows more than it can say, and beauty always exceeds the language bent toward it. Dante seems to feel this keenly. His early poetry often carries an undertone of insufficiency, a sense that words approach, circle, and falter before the reality they seek to praise. But rather than silencing him, this inadequacy drives him further. It teaches him that poetic devotion is not mastery. It is repeated approach. It is the humble acknowledgement that one writes because one cannot fully say, and yet cannot remain silent. In that tension, his poetic identity grows more distinct. He becomes a writer, not in spite of emotional vulnerability, but through it. The wound becomes an aperture. The trembling heart becomes an instrument of perception. The discipline of verse trains him to notice shades of feeling that another person might dismiss as too fleeting or too painful to preserve. And because he preserves them, they gain weight. They become part of an inner history. They begin to form a coherent self, one for whom love is not an episode but a mode of knowing. Beatrice, then, is central not only as subject, but as catalyst. Through her, Dante learns what his own voice can do. He discovers that lyric poetry can hold sensation and reflection together, that it can move from the body's immediate unrest to the soul's wider questions. He discovers that memory can be sequenced, interpreted, and offered to others. He discovers that beauty can be spoken of in ways that refine rather than consume it. Most of all, he discovers that the poem itself can become a meeting place between the fragile and the enduring. A brief earthly encounter given a form that outlasts the hour. This is the beginning of one of literature's most extraordinary transformations. A young man's private emotion, vulnerable to embarrassment, loss, and misunderstanding, begins to take on the dignity of art. What might have remained a hidden ache becomes a language through which others can think about longing, moral beauty, revelation, and the strange labor of remembering truly. Dante does not yet stand at the height from which he will later see Beatrice as guide, judge, and luminous mediator. But the foundations are already being laid. In these early poems, he is teaching himself how to speak faithfully about a love that changes the one who feels it. He is learning that to write is not merely to record the heart, but to educate it. And in that education, the beloved is slowly transfigured. She remains a Florentine woman, glimpsed within the ordinary rhythms of city life. Yet through the devotion of language, she also becomes something more than private memory. She becomes a figure through whom a culture can imagine the moral force of beauty and the ennobling possibility of desire. Dante does not abandon the personal. He deepens it until it touches the universal. The singular encounter opens into shared significance. The inward tremor becomes public song. That transformation reaches its first great shape in the work where Dante tells the story of his heart, as if it were already a sacred text. That first great shape is La Vita Nuova, the new life, a book unlike anything Dante's contemporaries had quite seen before. It is not only a gathering of poems, and not only a story told in prose. It is both at once, woven together with deliberate care, as though Dante were arranging the fragments of his own inner life into a pattern he can finally begin to understand. The poems carry the immediate force of feeling, desire, astonishment, fear, hope, sorrow. The prose steps in around them like a second consciousness, interpreting, remembering, clarifying, sometimes even gently correcting what the younger self once felt. The result is not a diary in any simple sense. It is a crafted self-portrait, an act of recollection in which Dante presents the awakening of love as the awakening of a soul to its own depths. That is part of what makes the book so intimate. Dante is not simply telling us that he loved Beatrice. He is showing us how love altered the structure of his perception, how it changed the very conditions under which the world appeared to him. In La Vita Nuova, every encounter seems to tremble with consequence. Every glance, every rumor, every dream carries more than its ordinary weight. We are watching a mind become aware that it is vulnerable to beauty, and that this vulnerability is both painful and illuminating. To love Beatrice is not merely to admire her. It is to discover that the heart can be undone, disciplined, humbled, and elevated by the presence of another person. And yet Beatrice never disappears into abstraction. That is one of the most moving things about this work. For all the language of blessing and grace that gathers around her, she remains a woman moving through Florence, appearing in public spaces, seen among others, subject to time, distance, and social custom. Dante's genius is that he does not choose between the earthly and the spiritual. He allows them to deepen one another. The real Beatrice, encountered in the visible world, becomes the very means through which the invisible begins to touch him. She is beloved not despite her humanity, but through it. The spiritual intensity of the book depends on the fact that its revelations come through ordinary gestures, fleeting meetings, and the fragile conditions of mortal life. Among those gestures, none is more important than Beatrice's greeting. Again and again, Dante returns to it as though to a source. In another story, a greeting might be no more than courtesy, a passing acknowledgement exchanged in the street. In La Vita Nuova, it becomes nearly sacramental. When Beatrice greets him, she does not merely notice him, she confers life. Her salutation acts upon him with a force that seems both emotional and sacred, as if a few spoken words or a slight inclination of the body could transmit blessing. The effect is not exaggerated for ornament alone. It reveals how Dante experiences her presence, as something that reaches beyond social interaction into the deepest chambers of the self. He speaks of these moments with a reverence that can surprise modern readers, but the emotional truth underneath it is immediately recognizable. There are encounters that seem to reorder us. There are voices that steady the chaos within us. There are people whose smallest kindness feels larger than language can honestly contain. Dante writes from within that kind of dependence, and he does not disguise it. Beatrice's greeting restores him, fortifies him, gives shape to his scattered inward life. In her acknowledgement, he feels confirmed, almost called into being. It is as though love here is not only longing for possession, but a hunger to be rightly seen, rightly addressed, and therefore more fully alive. This is why the greeting takes on such theological color. Dante does not casually borrow sacred language. He is trying to describe an experience in which the human and the holy seem to touch. Beatrice's presence does not replace God, but it awakens in him a mode of receptivity that resembles prayer. Her salutation is felt as grace because it is unearned, transformative, and utterly disproportionate to the outward act itself. Something small on the surface becomes immense in the soul. The beloved becomes a mediator, not in the sense of blocking the divine, but in the sense of making the heart newly capable of receiving it. Through love, Dante begins to suspect that earthly beauty can train desire towards something higher, provided that desire is purified, rather than allowed to harden into appetite or vanity. La Vita Nuova is full of that labor of purification. Dante does not present himself as already wise, already balanced, already in control of what he feels. Quite the opposite. He appears often as overwhelmed, trembling, confused by the intensity of his own response. Love, in this book, is not a calm possession. It is an education in helplessness. His body reacts, his thoughts wander. His sleep fills with troubling visions. He blushes, falters, withdraws into reflection. The experience of loving Beatrice strips away the illusion that the self is master of itself, and from that humiliation, something more refined can begin. He must learn what it means to desire without trying to dominate, to praise without reducing the beloved to an object of self-display, to suffer without turning suffering into mere theatre. The dreams and omens that fill the book are part of this education. They give La Vita Nuova its strange, luminous atmosphere, where inward life seems to spill beyond the boundaries of waking reason. Dante dreams of love as a lordly figure. He sees symbols that disturb and bewilder him. He interprets signs, tests meanings, worries over messages that may or may not have come from a realm beyond ordinary perception. To modern ears, these passages can sound distant at first, shaped by a medieval symbolic imagination very different from our own, but their emotional function is deeply human. They show what happens when love becomes too powerful to remain contained in straightforward narrative. Feeling seeks images, longing invents scenes, fear dramatizes itself. The soul, under pressure, begins to speak in visions. What matters is not whether every dream is meant to be read as prophecy in a literal sense. What matters is that Dante experiences love as something that exceeds his conscious control and therefore demands interpretation. He becomes a reader of his own interior life. Every tremor may mean something. Every symbol might reveal a truth the waking mind has not yet admitted. In this way, La Vita Nuova becomes a meditation on inwardness itself. It asks what it means to inhabit a soul that is vulnerable to beauty, vulnerable to absence, vulnerable to the suspicion that grace can arrive through forms we are not prepared to understand. And beauty, in this book, is never simply decorative. It wounds as much as it delights. Beatrice's loveliness is inseparable from the crisis it creates in Dante. She awakens joy, but she also exposes the insufficiency of the self that receives her. To stand before such beauty is to feel both enlarged and undone. Dante does not hide that instability, he confesses it. He lets us hear the fragile rhythm of a life oriented around appearances that cannot be commanded. The chance sighting, the hoped-for greeting, the report of where she has been, the anxiety of whether one's own response has been worthy. This tenderness is central to the book. He is not building a monument from a safe emotional distance. He is admitting how much of his inward order depends on her nearness. That dependence gives La Vita Nuova much of its sweetness, but also its ache. Dante's devotion is not self-sufficient. He cannot simply generate meaning from within and remain untouched by circumstance. He needs Beatrice's presence as one needs light to navigate a room. Without her, perception dims. With her, the world becomes legible again. There is something profoundly honest in this. Beneath all the stylization, beneath the courtly forms and theological resonances, Dante is confessing a need that many would prefer to conceal. He does not love from a position of control. He loves from exposure. He loves as someone whose inner compass can be strengthened or shaken by a single human presence. That is why the prose framework matters so much. The older Dante who arranges these poems is not mocking the younger man for his susceptibility, nor is he merely preserving it as literary material. He is honoring it while also giving it intelligible shape. He recognizes in those earlier experiences a history of formation. The suffering was not meaningless. The confusion was not simply immaturity. Through memory and interpretation, he turns private disturbance into a narrative of refinement. The new life of the title is not only the beginning of romance, it is the emergence of a new self, one schooled by love into greater attentiveness, greater humility, and a more searching awareness of what the heart is actually for. This is where the emotional and theological dimensions of the work become inseparable. Beatrice is both herself and more than herself, not because Dante wishes to erase the woman in favor of a symbol, but because his experience of loving her opens layers of significance he cannot ignore. She is the beloved whose greeting can make him tremble, whose absence can wound him, whose visible beauty captivates his senses. And she is also the occasion through which he begins to grasp that love may be a ladder rather than a circle, a movement that lifts the soul beyond self-enclosure. In her, affection and aspiration meet. Desire does not vanish. It is educated. Feeling does not disappear. It is deepened until it points beyond its first object without ceasing to cherish it. For this reason, La Vita Nuova should not be mistaken for cold idealization. It is too exposed, too vulnerable, too full of embarrassment and longing for that. Dante does exalt Beatrice, yes, but exaltation here grows out of confession. He tells us not only that she is worthy of praise, but that he is changed by the thought of her, shaken by her nearness, disoriented by the withdrawal of even small signs of favor. He records his own susceptibility with remarkable gentleness. There is no armor in these pages. Even their formal elegance cannot conceal how dependent he feels on moments most people might overlook. A greeting, a glance, a rumor, a dream. These become decisive because the soul in love is living at a higher sensitivity, where little things can wound deeply and heal almost miraculously. And perhaps that is one of the reasons the book continues to feel alive across the centuries. Its world is shaped by medieval conventions, but its emotional truth is immediate. Many people know what it is to build an inner world around the presence of someone who seems to gather one's scattered self into coherence. Many know the strange dignity and danger of that dependence, how it can inspire tenderness, discipline, and gratitude, and how it can also leave one terribly exposed to silence, distance, or change. Dante gives that condition language without trivializing it. He refuses to treat the heart's susceptibility as weakness alone. For him, it is the very place where transformation becomes possible. So La Vita Nuova stands at a crucial threshold in Dante's life and art. It gathers the raw material of youthful love, but it does more than preserve it. It interprets it as the beginning of a spiritual history. In its pages, Beatrice is still encountered in streets and rooms, still framed by ordinary human reality. Yet she is also already becoming the light by which Dante learns to read himself, the world, and perhaps even the first hints of heaven. The book does not resolve the tension between earthly love and spiritual longing. It inhabits that tension with extraordinary tenderness. It asks whether a human beloved can awaken a desire that remains faithful to the person loved, while also opening toward eternity. Yet the emotional world of La Vita Nuova is fragile, and the moment loss enters it, Dante's language must learn to carry grief. When Beatrice dies, something far greater than hope is broken. Until that moment, however delicate his joy had been, Dante could still believe in the saving power of nearness. Even when she was distant, she remained within the same city, under the same sky, moving through the same human world. Memory could work alongside expectation. A remembered greeting might ache, but it also held the possibility of renewal. The beloved was still alive somewhere beyond the next street, beyond the next hour, beyond the next turning of fortune. Death destroys that structure completely. It does not merely separate, it seals. It confronts love with a silence that cannot be answered by waiting. For Dante, Beatrice's death becomes the great wound of the inner life, the event after which nothing can be perceived in the same way again. It is not simply that he loses a woman he adored. He loses the entire atmosphere that had made his devotion feel inhabitable. The city itself changes. The familiar world, once brightened by the chance of her presence, now seems altered at its roots. Streets remain where they were, churches still stand. People continue their ordinary motions, and yet everything feels emptied. The forms of life persist, but their radiance has withdrawn. Grief often works in exactly this way. It does not erase the world before our eyes. It leaves it standing while draining it of meaning. What was once illuminated becomes strangely flat. What once promised encounter now testifies only to absence. This is why Dante's mourning cannot be understood as a passing sadness, a season of tears that time will simply outlast. It is a total rearrangement of perception. Beatrice had not been, for him, one beautiful presence among many. She had become the point through which beauty itself was interpreted. She was not only loved, she was the one by whose existence love had revealed its deeper possibilities. To lose her, then, is to lose not just companionship or desire, but orientation. The emotional and spiritual order that had formed around her suddenly collapses. He must now ask how to live in a reality that still exists, but no longer appears to hold him in the same way. In this kind of bereavement, memory becomes both refuge and torment. Dante turns toward remembrance with new intensity, because remembrance is all that remains which death has not fully taken. The gestures, the words, the sight of her clothed in dignity and grace, the inward tremor of his own response, these now bear an almost unbearable weight. He gathers them not out of sentimentality, but out of resistance. If death seeks to reduce a life to its ending, memory insists on the fullness of what was. If mortality declares that a beloved body has passed beyond touch, memory still testifies that the beloved truly lived, truly appeared, truly changed the soul of another. To remember Beatrice is not, for Dante, to indulge in nostalgia. It is to refuse the lie that what is lost has therefore become meaningless. And yet memory by itself is fragile. It can preserve images, but it cannot restore presence. It can keep love from dissolving into forgetfulness, but it cannot answer the deeper anguish opened by death. That anguish is not only, how can I go on without her? It is also, what does love become when the one loved can no longer be reached by earthly means? This question presses on Dante with increasing force. Before, love had lived in the tension between longing and encounter, distance and possibility. Now possibility seems gone. If love remains tied only to what can be seen, touched, heard, greeted in passing, then death has indeed spoken the final word. Then mourning can only circle around an emptiness it cannot cross. Dante cannot accept that. Something in him rebels against it, not with noise, but with fidelity. He does not turn away from Beatrice in order to spare himself pain. He does not decide that the only cure is to lower the heart's claims and become practical, moderate, less vulnerable. Instead, he allows grief to deepen the seriousness of love. This is one of the most remarkable things about his response. Sorrow does not teach him indifference. It teaches him that what he loved in Beatrice cannot be measured only by earthly possession. In losing her, he begins to understand that the truth of love may be greater than the forms in which it first appeared. This transformation does not happen quickly, and it does not happen without struggle. Grief is rarely noble in a simple way. It confuses, exhausts, isolates. It makes every memory unstable, because what comforts in one moment pierces in the next. Dante's imagination, so alive to signs and meanings, now becomes a place of pressure. The mind returns again and again to what has been taken. Every recollection asks whether it is enough. Every recollection fails. The beloved becomes at once vividly near in inward experience and impossibly far in reality. There is no easy harmony in that condition. Mourning is a fracture in time itself. The past grows heavy, the present grows thin, and the future becomes difficult to imagine. Still, within that fracture, a new kind of thought begins. As long as Beatrice lived, Dante's love could remain suspended between earth and heaven without fully choosing its direction. Her smile, her greeting, her visible beauty gave him enough to cling to. He could feel the spiritual force of his devotion while still anchoring it in earthly encounter. Death strips that balance away. It forces the question with an urgency that cannot be postponed. Can love survive not only absence, but mortality itself? Can it remain true when the beloved is no longer available to the senses? Can it endure the destruction of every ordinary path by which affection reaches its object? This is the turning point. Not because Dante ceases to grieve, but because grief itself becomes the pressure that redirects love upward. If Beatrice was only a beautiful mortal woman, then memory may honor her, but loss will finally prevail. If, however, the love she awakened touched something more enduring than earthly life, then death may alter the relation without destroying its meaning. Dante begins to move, slowly and painfully, toward that second possibility. He does not abandon the personal Beatrice in favor of some cold abstraction. Quite the opposite. It is precisely because she mattered so singularly, so intimately, that he must search for a way in which her significance can survive the grave. There is something deeply human in this movement. Many forms of mourning try to protect us by making the dead smaller. We simplify them, sentimentalize them, convert them into manageable memory. Dante moves in the opposite direction. He lets Beatrice become larger in his inner world, not as fantasy, but as consequence. Her death proves how profoundly she had already entered the architecture of his soul. She can no longer be confined to the role of youthful beloved, because the loss is too immense for such a category to contain. The wound itself testifies that she had become, for him, a source of order, aspiration, and illumination. Once she is gone, he understands more fully what her presence had been doing within him all along. And so the world after Beatrice is not merely a world of deprivation. It is also a world charged with a difficult demand. Dante must discover whether love can remain faithful without becoming trapped in despair. He must learn whether remembrance can be more than repetition of pain. He must find language capable of speaking to the dead without pretending they are still living in the old way. This is part of why his poetry matters so much. Writing becomes a form of vigil. In shaping words around Beatrice, he is not trying to defeat death through denial. He is trying to bear witness to a reality that death has wounded, but not erased. There is in that effort a profound act of trust. To remember so intensely is to believe that meaning is not exhausted by disappearance. To continue speaking the beloved's name is to insist that love is not made false by suffering. Dante's grief, therefore, acquires an almost sacred concentration. He watches over memory, because memory has become the threshold where love must either wither or be transformed. If he allows the inner image of Beatrice to fade into mere sadness, then death wins twice, once by taking her life, and again by reducing what she meant. But if memory can be purified, deepened, lifted beyond the hunger for simple recovery, then mourning may become not an end, but a passage. This does not mean his pain becomes less real. In some ways it becomes more real, because he no longer seeks easy consolation. The emptiness remains, the sense of a world dimmed remains, the old human wish to see again, to hear again, to return to the first simplicity of earthly nearness, does not vanish. Dante's greatness lies partly in the fact that he does not speak as though spiritual insight cancels human loss. He continues to feel the cost. He continues to know that death has changed everything, but he also begins to suspect that love, if it is true, cannot be measured only by what death can interrupt. That suspicion opens a new horizon. Beatrice's death becomes the moment when earthly love reveals its own insufficiency and, at the same time, its hidden grandeur. Insufficiency, because no human tenderness can protect itself from mortality. Grandeur, because the very depth of grief suggests that love reaches towards something that cannot be satisfied by temporary possession alone. Dante had loved Beatrice first in the visible world, through form, voice, movement, and presence. Now he must ask whether the deepest truth of that love was always pointing beyond those forms, not away from them, but through them. What if her beauty had always been a sign as much as a delight? What if her goodness had always carried a promise larger than earthly life could contain? These are not philosophical exercises for him. They arise from necessity. Bereavement has stripped him of every lesser answer, and in that stripping, his devotion begins to change its quality. It becomes less a longing to reclaim what was and more a longing to understand what was given. That is a crucial difference. The first kind of longing circles endlessly around loss. The second allows loss to become revelatory. Beatrice remains beloved, but she is now beloved within a widening frame. Dante starts to seek her, not only in memory's chamber, but in the order of reality itself. If she awakened him to the possibility of the good, the beautiful, and the holy, then perhaps loving her truly means following that awakening further than earthly life alone would have required. In this sense, her death is both devastation and summons. It tears open the heart, but it also calls the heart beyond its earlier limits. Dante is not healed by forgetting. He is changed by continuing to love under new conditions. The beloved can no longer be held as before, and so love must either die with its old form, or grow into something capable of bearing mystery. The path before him is painful because it asks for both fidelity and surrender. Fidelity to the singular Beatrice he knew, and surrender to the truth that she can no longer belong to him as she once seemed to. Out of that tension, a different vision slowly begins to emerge, and from that question, from the wounded, stubborn, unyielding question of whether love can outlive death, begins the long journey by which Beatrice ceases to be only the lost beloved and becomes the promise of a higher order. What begins to emerge now is not a replacement for Beatrice, but an enlargement of what she means. Dante does not simply decide, out of piety or literary ambition, to turn a dead woman into an allegory. The change is slower than that, more intimate and more difficult. It grows out of a love that refuses to vanish, yet can no longer remain confined to memory, desire, or grief alone. If she cannot be present to him in the ordinary ways of earthly life, then he must learn how to encounter her differently. And in learning that, he begins to change the very language of love. This is one of the most delicate movements in Dante's inner world. Beatrice remains, first of all, herself. She is not dissolved into an abstraction. She is not emptied of the qualities that once made her singular. Her face, her voice, her greeting, the quiet power of her presence in the streets of Florence, the effect she had on a young man whose entire emotional universe seemed to gather around the fact of her existence. All of that remains crucial. In a way, it remains the foundation. Dante never asks us to believe that he loved a concept from the beginning. He loved a woman. He loved one particular woman in one particular city, under the conditions of time, youth, distance, and longing. That concreteness matters, because without it the later radiance would feel hollow. And yet, for Dante, true love cannot remain at the level of possession or private emotion. Even in his earlier writing, love is already something that reveals, wounds, instructs, and rearranges the soul. After Beatrice's death, this becomes more intense. Grief strips away illusion, but it also sharpens perception. What he had once experienced as beauty now begins to ask more of him. Her beauty is no longer simply the source of longing. It becomes a sign that points beyond longing. It asks what beauty is for. It asks why the human heart is so powerfully moved by what it cannot keep. It asks whether earthly love is merely tragic because it ends, or whether its very fragility is part of how it teaches us to hunger for something death cannot destroy. In the medieval imagination, these questions were not strange or decorative. They belonged to the structure of reality itself. The visible world was often read as a language, a face, a gesture, a harmony in nature, a sudden brightness in another person. These were not always understood as self-contained facts. They could be signs, echoes, reflections of a deeper order. Earthly beauty did not have to compete with divine beauty. At its highest, it could participate in it. It could awaken the soul by reminding it, however faintly, of the source from which all beauty comes. This is the world of thought in which Dante lived and wrote. So when Beatrice begins to mean more than she once did, he is not betraying her reality. He is reading her within a universe where reality itself is layered, where the earthly and the eternal are not sealed off from one another. That is why her transformation in Dante's imagination is so powerful. She becomes both fully herself and more than herself. She is still Beatrice, still the woman whose existence changed the rhythm of his life, but she also becomes an emblem of truths that exceed any single biography. In her, Dante sees mercy, not because she was never human, but because her humanity becomes transparent to something larger. He sees wisdom, not because she turns into a cold doctrine, but because her presence begins to guide rather than simply enchant. He sees illumination, because she comes to represent the kind of light that does not flatter the self, but reveals it, judges it, and calls it upward. This movement is essential. If Beatrice remained only the unreachable beloved of youthful desire, she could inspire lyric intensity, but not the moral and spiritual architecture that Dante is moving toward. For that, love has to become disciplined. It has to be purified of self-absorption, not by becoming less passionate, but by becoming more truthful. This is one of Dante's great insights. Love does not become holy by ceasing to burn. It becomes holy when the fire learns where it ought to rise. Desire is not erased, it is educated. Grief is not denied, it is deepened into attention. The heart is not told to love less, but to love in a way that does not stop at its own hunger. So Beatrice begins to stand for the soul's upward calling, not in a simplistic sense, as if Dante merely uses her as a ladder and leaves her behind. Rather, through loving her rightly, he begins to understand that every real beauty carries a summons. It says, "Do not stop here. Do not cling only to the surface, however lovely. Do not confuse the gift with its source. Let yourself be led." In this sense, Beatrice comes a figure of grace. She is not grace in the abstract, but grace encountered in a human form. Grace first felt through affection, admiration, astonishment, and loss. She is the way in which transcendence first becomes emotionally credible to him. This helps explain why Dante's writing about her often carries a double register. He remembers her as one remembers someone loved in life, and at the same time he speaks of her with a reverence that seems almost liturgical. To modern ears, this can sound exaggerated, even uncomfortable, as though a real woman were being placed under too much symbolic pressure. But Dante is doing something more subtle than idealization alone. He is wrestling with the fact that the deepest experiences of love often feel larger than the language available to describe them. When someone changes the moral weather of your life, when their presence leaves you more awake, more ashamed of your smallness, more hungry for goodness, then ordinary praise can begin to feel insufficient. Symbolic language appears not because the person has become less real, but because reality has become more difficult to contain. And still, it is important to remember the tension here. Beatrice's elevation is beautiful, but it is not entirely safe. Any act of transforming a beloved person into a figure of spiritual meaning carries risk. It can flatten their complexity. It can make them serve a vision they never chose. Dante comes close to that edge. Yet what saves his portrayal from becoming merely cold or possessive is that he consistently presents Beatrice as someone who exceeds his control. The more radiant she becomes, the less she belongs to his private fantasy. She is not invented as a comforting dream. She confronts him, she judges him, she requires him to grow. This is one of the clearest signs that his imagination is being disciplined rather than indulged. He does not remake her into a softer image that exists only to soothe him. He imagines her as more demanding, more lucid, more aligned with truth than he is. In that sense, Beatrice's humanity is not erased by her symbolic role, it is enlarged by it. Dante's understanding of the human person is not small. For him, a human life can bear meaning beyond what is immediately visible. A person can be a citizen of a city, and also a sign of eternity. A woman can walk through Florence and also, in the memory and conscience of the one who loves her, become a channel through which divine things are glimpsed. This does not deny the ordinary. It reveals how charged the ordinary can be. Medieval Christianity, at its richest, was full of this sacramental instinct, the conviction that material, historical, bodily reality can mediate grace rather than obstruct it. Beatrice belongs to that instinct. She becomes luminous not by ceasing to be earthly, but because the earthly itself is capable of shining. As Dante matures, the nature of his love reflects this widening horizon. The fever of youthful adoration gives way, little by little, to a more difficult fidelity. He still longs, but longing is no longer only a wound. It becomes a form of orientation. To long rightly is to be drawn. To be drawn is to admit that one is unfinished. In this way, Beatrice does not merely occupy his imagination. She orders it. She becomes the point around which memory, desire, ethics, theology, and poetry slowly begin to gather into a single pattern. This is why she can later appear not just as a cherished memory, but as a guide. The shift is already underway here. Dante is learning that the beloved may call him not merely to remembrance, but to conversion. That word matters. Conversion, not necessarily in the dramatic sense of sudden renunciation, but as a turning of the whole person toward what is highest. Dante's love becomes more severe with itself. It asks whether he loves Beatrice for his own emotional intensity, or whether he loves what in her awakens him to truth. It asks whether sorrow has made him noble or merely fascinated with his own suffering. It asks whether the beauty he praises leads him toward greater justice, humility, and clarity. These are painful questions. They strip romance of its vanity, but they also rescue love from becoming a circle. Under their pressure, Beatrice ceases to be simply the object of feeling and becomes the measure by which feeling is judged. This is the spiritual discipline that prepares the way for everything to come. The vast design of the Commedia does not arise from abstract theology alone. It is built from the education of desire. Dante will one day map hell, climb the mountain of purification, and imagine the heavens in astonishing detail. But those immense structures require an inner logic, and that logic is already taking shape here. He has learned, through love and loss, that the soul is always moving toward what it desires most. If desire is disordered, the soul descends into confusion. If desire is purified, the soul rises. Beatrice becomes the face of that ascent, the beloved through whom Dante first understands that love can either imprison the self or lead it beyond itself. And yet the tenderness never disappears. This matters deeply. For all the theological elevation, there remains in Dante's vision something profoundly personal. He does not speak of salvation as if it were detached from affection. He does not imagine holiness as a cold escape from human feeling. The path upwards still bears the traces of a particular smile, a remembered voice, the ache of one irretrievable life. Beatrice's radiance is moving precisely because it never loses contact with mourning. The divine light that gathers around her does not cancel bereavement. It transfigures it. She is glorious, but she is glorious as someone once loved on earth. That is why her power remains so intimate. She is never only an idea of heaven. She is the way heaven touches the wound that made Dante seek it. For this reason, Beatrice occupies a unique place in literary memory. She is not simply muse, not simply saint, not simply lost beloved. She is the meeting point of eros and revelation, memory and hope, earthly beauty and ultimate meaning. In lesser hands, such a figure might feel strained or unreal. In Dante, she feels strangely alive because she is born from a genuine human problem. What should love become when death has made its first form impossible? His answer is not to abandon love, but to let it be remade. Let it become wiser without becoming colder. Let it become more reverent without becoming less personal. Let it learn that what is most precious in another person may be precisely the way they lead us beyond ourselves. By the time this transformation has taken root, Beatrice is no longer only the center of a private sorrow. She has become, in Dante's imagination, a bearer of order. Through her, beauty is joined to truth, love to moral seriousness, longing to spiritual destiny. She teaches him, even before she speaks in the great poem, that real love does not end in self-enclosure. It opens into judgment, purification, and praise. She is the beloved raised into vision, not because history has been discarded, but because history has been read in the light of eternity. And that reading will soon be tested by forces far beyond the heart. For while Dante's interior life is being refined by grief and aspiration, the world around him is breaking open. Florence is descending into faction, betrayal, and violence. Loyalties are hardening. Public life is becoming crueler, more unstable, more punitive. The man who is learning to transform personal loss into spiritual insight will soon be driven into a different kind of suffering altogether. But Dante's inward change unfolds alongside public catastrophe, and exile will force his personal sorrow into the wider drama of history. Florence did not simply form Dante, it claimed him. He belonged to the city not only by birth, language, memory, and ambition, but by conviction. He was not a poet standing at a safe distance from public life, turning private feeling into elegant verse while history moved elsewhere. He entered the dangerous machinery of the commune itself, serving in offices, participating in deliberations, and trying, as many serious citizens did, to help steer a proud and restless republic through an age of bitterness. In Dante's world, politics was never abstract. It was family loyalty, class tension, military threat, ecclesiastical pressure, personal rivalry, and moral theatre all at once. To take part in it was to step into a field where ideals and injuries were constantly colliding. Florence at the end of the 13th century was brilliant and unstable, wealthy and wounded. Trade enriched it, art and intellect flourished. Yet beneath that vitality, the city throbbed with conflict. Old divisions between Guelphs and Ghibellines had already scarred its political life. And even after one side seemed to prevail, unity never truly arrived. The victorious camp fractured from within. The Guelphs split into black and white factions, each claiming legitimacy. Each convinced the other threatened the city's future. Alliances shifted quickly. Pride sharpened every difference. Public language spoke of justice, liberty, and honor. But private resentment and strategic cruelty often drove events more powerfully than principle. Dante was aligned with the White Guelphs, a faction that resisted the growing interference of the papacy in Florentine affairs. This mattered deeply, because Florence was not merely debating personalities. It was struggling over the shape of authority itself. Who should govern the city? How much power should the Pope exercise over temporal matters? What did civic freedom require, and what did peace demand? These were urgent questions, and they were made more dangerous because no one asked them from a distance. Every answer had consequences. Every policy drew enemies. Every decision bound a person more tightly to one future and shut off another. For a time, Dante rose within this difficult world. He served as one of the priors of Florence, one of the city's highest magistrates, in 1300, the very year that would later become the sacred dramatic center of the Commedia. It is hard not to feel the irony in that. The man who would one day imagine the structure of eternity was, in that moment, occupied with the exhausting compromises of civic administration. He had to weigh competing loyalties, make judgments that would anger allies as well as opponents, and act under pressures that offered no clean innocence. During his term, in an effort to reduce factional violence, leaders from both black and white parties were exiled. Among them was Guido Cavalcanti, Dante's friend and fellow poet. The decision reveals something important about him. He was not standing outside the system, denouncing corruption in simple terms. He was inside it, implicated in its painful calculations, trying to preserve order in a city already learning how quickly order can turn punitive. Then the world beneath him gave way. In 1301, Pope Boniface VIII supported the intervention of Charles of Valois in Florence. The balance of power collapsed. The Black Guelphs seized control. Once political enemies gained the machinery of judgment, punishment followed swiftly. Dante, who was away from Florence on a diplomatic mission, was accused of corruption, financial misconduct, and opposition to the Pope. The charges were almost certainly driven less by truth than by factional vengeance. He was condemned, fined, and ordered to appear. When he did not return to submit to a court he had every reason to distrust, the sentence worsened. He was condemned to perpetual exile. If he ever came back to Florence, he could be burned alive. The severity of that sentence matters. Exile was not simply relocation. It was not a change of address, not a temporary inconvenience, not even only the loss of employment. For a man like Dante, exile struck at identity itself. In medieval Italian city life, a person's political being, legal standing, family memory, social worth, and practical survival were all bound up with the commune. To be expelled from one city was to be torn from the framework that made life legible. Home vanished as a lived reality and remained only as longing. One's name was stained in public record. Property could be confiscated. Friendships became fragile. Security dissolved. Even the streets that had shaped one's imagination became inaccessible, as if memory itself had been outlawed. Dante would spend the rest of his life moving from place to place, dependent at times on the protection or generosity of patrons, never fully settled, never restored to the life from which he had been cut off. The wound was material and humiliating. He knew what it meant to eat the bread of others, to climb the stairs of others, to endure the bitterness of relying on households not his own. The proud citizen became a guest, and not always a welcome one. Whatever dignity remained had to be carried inwardly, because outward dignity had become unstable. Status could disappear, reputation could be rewritten by enemies. Institutions that claimed to defend justice could become instruments of revenge. This is one of the deepest emotional turning points in Dante's life. Earlier losses had already schooled him in absence. The death of Beatrice had forced him to confront the limits of earthly attachment and the painful incompleteness of desire. But exile widened that grief into an all-encompassing condition. Now it was not only the beloved who was absent. The city was absent. The familiar order of belonging was absent. The confidence that one's path through the world made sense was absent. Loss was no longer an isolated event. It became the atmosphere around him, and exile has a peculiar cruelty. It does not simply take away what was loved. It leaves the exile suspended between memory and impossibility. Florence could not become unimportant, dark to Dante simply because Florence had condemned him. If anything, the wound sharpened attachment. The city remained present in him as beauty, betrayal, language, and ache. It was the place of his youth, of his first poetic friendships, of his political hope, of Beatrice's earthly life. To lose Florence was, in a sense, to lose the stage on which all those meanings had first appeared. Private memory and public catastrophe began to bleed into one another. That convergence is essential for understanding what Dante becomes. His sorrow over Beatrice had already taught him that love cannot survive if it remains locked inside personal appetite or nostalgia. But now another question pressed itself upon him with terrible force. If human life is so vulnerable to disorder, if cities betray their own citizens, if institutions meant to preserve justice become engines of fraud and force, then what kind of order, if any, can still be trusted? What court can judge rightly when earthly courts are corrupted? What homeland can endure when every earthly home can be violated by faction and time? What becomes of love when history itself feels broken? These are not abstract philosophical questions in Dante. They are existential questions, born from injury. He does not ask about justice from the comfort of distance. He asks because he has experienced accusation without fairness. punishment without proportion, and political life without mercy. He does not ask about order merely because he is intellectually ambitious. He asks because disorder has entered his life and rearranged it. He does not ask about destiny because he enjoys grand speculation. He asks because the ordinary structures by which people orient themselves have collapsed around him. In that collapse, grief over Beatrice and grief over Florence begin to resemble one another, not because they are the same, but because both reveal how fragile earthly possession is. The woman he loved could not be kept. The city he served could not be trusted to remain home. Beauty dies, institutions decay, human affection is vulnerable, civic honor is vulnerable, fortune turns. Those truths might have led to bitterness alone, or to cynical withdrawal, or to the hardening belief that nothing has meaning beyond power and loss. For some people, exile narrows the soul. It turns pain into obsession, intelligence into complaint, memory into poison. But in Dante, something more difficult happens. The losses do not become smaller. They become larger in implication. He begins to read them not only as personal disasters, but as signs that any purely earthly horizon is too narrow to contain the truth of human experience. If love matters, it must matter beyond death. If justice matters, it must exist beyond faction. If history matters, it must be answerable to something more than temporary victory. If suffering is not to become meaningless, it must be placed in relation to a reality that can judge, purify, and redeem what this world leaves fractured. This is the spiritual and imaginative pressure out of which the commedia begins to take on its full necessity. The poem is not merely the product of literary genius, though it is certainly that. It is also a response to fragmentation. Dante lives in a world where the pieces no longer hold together on their own. Personal love, civic duty, theological truth, moral accountability, political failure, classical inheritance, and Christian hope all seem scattered across separate rooms, each speaking a different language. The great act of the poem is to refuse that scattering. It dares to imagine that all these broken elements belong within one intelligible cosmos. That is why the commedia feels so immense. It is not content to speak only of Dante's feelings, though his feelings are everywhere within it. It does not remain only a political indictment, though it contains fierce judgment. It does not become only a devotional vision, though it rises toward God. Instead, it attempts something almost impossible: to place the whole drama of human life within a moral and spiritual architecture where nothing is finally disconnected. Love is not severed from truth. History is not severed from eternity. Sin is not severed from consequence. Suffering is not severed from transformation. Hope is not severed from judgment. The poem gathers what life had torn apart, and at the center of that gathering stands the need to reinterpret love itself. Beatrice can no longer remain only the radiant figure of youth, the source of lyric longing, the memory of earthly beauty. After exile, after civic ruin, after the collapse of trust in worldly permanence, she must become more than memory if she is to remain true. She must stand for a form of love that does not perish when earthly structures fail. She must become legible within a universe where loss is not denied, but transfigured. Dante's imagination does not escape by turning to Beatrice. It brings history, with all its violence and grief, into the light that her meaning has come to represent. This is also why Florence remains so powerful in the poem. Dante never stops loving the city, even when he condemns its corruption. His criticism burns because attachment burns. He does not speak as someone indifferent to civic life. He speaks as one who knows how noble a city can be, and how monstrous it becomes when greed, envy, and ambition take command. The moral landscape of the commedia is shaped by this double vision. Human communities matter profoundly, and they fail tragically. Earthly life is worthy of love, and it is radically unstable. Therefore, to love rightly, one must love through and beyond what passes away. Exile taught Dante the instability of all merely worldly arrangements, but it also taught him a harsher discipline. He could no longer rely on inherited place to tell him who he was. He had to find a ground of meaning that could survive displacement. The result was not detachment in the cold sense. He did not stop caring about names, cities, friendships, betrayals, or historical events. Quite the opposite. He cared so much that he sought a vision vast enough to do justice to them. A smaller frame would have trivialized suffering. A merely sentimental frame would have softened truth. A merely political frame would have reduced the soul. Only a cosmic journey could carry the weight of what he had lost and what he still believed. So the poem that emerges is born from need as much as from inspiration. Dante needs a world in which the dead are not erased, in which the exile is not finally abandoned to randomness, in which moral distinctions are real, in which history is answerable, in which love can lead beyond ruin instead of ending inside it. The Commedia offers that world, not as fantasy in the shallow sense, but as a disciplined act of spiritual imagination. It builds an order where earthly confusion can be seen from above and within, where each life bears meaning, where every distortion reveals by contrast the shape of the good. Out of exile and inward crisis, Dante begins to imagine a journey through the afterlife itself. If this world had scattered the things he loved, perhaps they could be encountered again under a truer light. If Florence had shown him the cruelty of human disorder, perhaps another order could be seen beyond it. If Beatrice had been lost in time, perhaps she had not been lost in reality. And so, from political ruin, personal grief, and the aching need for meaning, there opens the path toward a vision in which hell, purification, and paradise become the stages of a deeper recognition. What emerges from that need is not merely a poem about the afterlife, but a journey arranged with severe mercy. The Divine Comedy begins not in triumph, not in revelation, and certainly not in the sweetness of reunion, but in bewilderment. Dante finds himself in a dark wood, having lost the straight path. That opening is so famous that it can seem almost symbolic in a distant decorative way, but its power lies in how immediate it is. He is afraid. He does not know where he is. He cannot trust his own direction. The world has become morally unreadable, and his own soul has become unreadable to itself. This is where the great pilgrimage must begin, because Dante understands something essential. No one arrives at paradise by skipping over confusion. No one is made ready for true sight simply by desiring beauty. Before he can behold Beatrice again in her fullest meaning, he must learn to see clearly what has gone wrong in him, in others, and in the world he inhabits. The poem is a narrative, yes, a guided passage through hell, up the mountain of purgatory, and into heaven, but it is also an allegory of spiritual awakening, where geography and inward life mirror one another. The landscapes are real within the poem, yet they are also maps of the soul. The dark wood at the beginning is not just a setting, it is a condition. It is the state of a person who has drifted so far into habit, fear, compromise, grief, and pride that he can no longer distinguish that leads to life from the roads that end in ruin. Dante does not begin as a pure seeker climbing steadily toward God. He begins as someone divided, exhausted, and vulnerable to deception. And that matters deeply for understanding Beatrice. If she represents truth transfigured by love, then Dante cannot meet her as long as his capacity for love remains tangled in illusion. For this reason, the comedy does not hurry toward comfort, it descends. That descent into Inferno is often remembered for its vivid punishments, its unforgettable monsters, its cries, storms, fires, and frozen depths. But beneath all of that imaginative force is a quieter and more demanding purpose. Dante is being taught to recognize sin not merely as a list of forbidden acts, but as a distortion of love. In the moral architecture of the poem, every soul in hell loved something wrongly. Some loved too little what deserved their devotion. Some loved lesser goods whom punch. Some turned their energy toward domination, possession, appetite, rage, or betrayal. Evil is not presented as some alien substance dropped into human life from outside. It is shown as a twisting of the heart's natural motion. This is why hell must be seen before paradise can be understood. Dante cannot know what Beatrice means if he has not first learned what she is not. She is not the object of obsession. She is not the fantasy of possession. She is not a poetic idol created to flatter his own longing. She belongs to a reality where love is rightly ordered, where desire is purified by truth, where beauty does not seduce the soul away from God, but draws it more deeply toward Him. To encounter her rightly, Dante must first confront all the false forms of love that masquerade as fulfillment. Inferno is therefore a school of recognition. Again and again, Dante sees the human person fixed forever in the shape of a ruling choice. The lustful are blown about by winds they never learned to master. The wrathful remain trapped inside the violence they cultivated. The fraudulent inhabit the world of deception made permanent. The traitors sink into the cold center of a love completely betrayed. These punishments are terrible, but they are also revelatory. They expose what sin does to freedom. It promises expansion and delivers imprisonment. It promises intensity and delivers emptiness. It tells the soul that it can define itself by appetite, power, or self-will, and then leaves that soul less able, not more able, to love. Dante the Pilgrim does not understand all of this at once. He often responds with pity, confusion, indignation, even fascination. Sometimes he is moved by the eloquence of the damned. Sometimes he is tempted to mistake emotional intensity for innocence. Sometimes he recoils from justice because it wounds his sentimental instincts, and this too is part of the journey. The poem is not only showing us hell, it is showing us a man learning how difficult it is to judge truly. He must be educated out of superficial compassion and into a deeper alignment with reality. He must learn that mercy is not the denial of moral truth. This is where Virgil becomes indispensable. Virgil arrives in the darkness as an answer, though not yet the final answer. He is reason speaking into fear. He is order entering confusion. He is the authority of language, poetry, philosophy, and classical wisdom extended like a steady hand to someone who cannot yet walk alone. For Dante, Virgil is not merely a beloved literary predecessor, though he is that too. He is the embodiment of what the human mind at its noblest can perceive. He knows the structures of vice. He understands proportion, consequence, and moral logic. He can name things. He can explain. And Dante needs exactly this kind of guide at the beginning. Because when the soul is lost, clarity itself is a form of mercy. Before one can soar, one must first stop lying to oneself. Before one can receive grace in its highest form, one must learn to face facts. Virgil helps Dante do what panic cannot do and fantasy will not do. Look steadily. He conducts him through scenes of suffering without allowing him to dissolve into either despair or self-protective blindness. He teaches him that horror can be meaningful when it is understood within an order of justice. Yet Virgil's greatness is inseparable from his limitation. He can bring Dante through hell. He can guide him up the terraces of purgatory. He can instruct, correct, and console within the range of natural reason. But he cannot complete the journey. He does not belong to the realm of beatitude. He knows the good, but not as the blessed know it. He can describe the mountain path, but he cannot open paradise. In him, Dante honors the full dignity of reason, while also showing its boundary. The mind can lead us far. It can diagnose disorder. It can distinguish better from worse. It can prepare us for transformation. But by itself, it cannot confer the vision for which the heart was made. This is one of the deepest reasons Beatrice must remain absent for so long. Her absence is not neglect. It is preparation. If she were to appear too soon, she would be reduced to consolation, to the very kind of sweetness the poem is trying to purify. Dante must first be emptied of his easier expectations. He must discover that salvation is not a mood. He must be stripped of the thought that love exists merely to soothe him. The road to Beatrice passes through everything in him that still wants to use beauty as refuge from truth. In this sense, Purgatorio is just as necessary as Inferno, though its atmosphere is profoundly different. Hell reveals the fixity of souls that would not turn. Purgatory reveals the painful hope of souls that are turning now. The mountain rises in the opposite direction from the pit. Here, suffering is no longer sterile. It has purpose. The proud bend beneath crushing weight until they learn humility. The envious have their eyes sewn shut until they learn to rejoice in another's good. The slothful run, the gluttonous hunger, the lustful pass through cleansing fire. Everywhere the soul is being retrained, not annihilated. Desire is not destroyed but healed. And Dante himself is part of this labor. He is not a detached tourist recording the punishments of others and then advancing untouched toward a brighter destination. He is implicated. He carries blindness, fear, vanity, misplaced attachment, and spiritual laziness within him. Purgatory matters because he must become capable of receiving what Beatrice signifies. He cannot meet her merely as the grieving young man who once looked upon a Florentine woman with wonder. He must approach her as someone being remade. This transformation depends on the recognition that love can go wrong in more subtle ways than open wickedness. The soul may cling to honorable things in disordered ways. It may love praise too much, or memory too much, or even sorrow too much. It may hold on to old wounds because they have become part of its identity. It may make an idol not only of pleasure, but of its own suffering. Dante's journey through purgatory uncovers these gentler but still dangerous distortions. It shows that to be purified is not simply to stop doing evil. It is to learn to love the good rightly, freely, and without self-deception. All the while, Beatrice remains ahead, almost like a pressure on the horizon. She is named, invoked, remembered as the one who moved from heaven to aid him, the one whose compassion helped set this rescue in motion. Yet she is not present in the immediate, visible way Virgil is. That distance creates longing, but more than longing, it creates proportion. We begin to understand that Beatrice cannot be folded into the same category as every other guide or comfort. She belongs to a higher register of the journey. She comes from beyond the furthest reach of unaided intellect. The poem is careful here. It never humiliates reason by making Virgil weak or foolish. On the contrary, he is noble, patient, and magnificent. But his very nobility makes the transition more poignant. There comes a point where even the greatest human wisdom must stop at the threshold, not because it has failed, but because it has succeeded in bringing the pilgrim as far as it can. There are truths one can infer, and there are truths one must be given. There are heights one can imagine, and there are heights into which one must be drawn. This is the atmosphere in which Beatrice's return gathers force. She is not being delayed for dramatic effect alone. She is being prepared as revelation. If Dante had encountered her in the forest, while still trapped in confusion and self-pity, he would not have known how to bear her presence. He might have mistaken her for a private memory, a dream of lost tenderness, a beautiful answer to pain. But Beatrice in the comedy is more than memory. She is more than inspiration in the sentimental sense. She is the beloved transformed into a messenger of divine order. She stands where personal love and eternal truth meet. That is why the path toward her must pass through judgment. Dante must see what becomes of desire when it refuses truth, and what becomes of desire when it submits to healing. He must learn, step by step, that the soul is not saved by intensity alone, nor by culture, nor by emotion, nor even by moral seriousness separated from grace. He must be educated in humility. He must accept that some of what he has called love has really been vanity, hunger, or fear in noble clothing. Only then can Beatrice appear not as the projection of his need, but as the answer to it. And so her absence begins to feel almost luminous. The more Dante travels with Virgil, the more we sense another kind of authority waiting beyond him. The more he learns the laws of justice and purification, the more we feel that someone is coming who will not simply explain those laws, but embody the beauty toward which they point. Virgil can clarify the road. Beatrice will reveal its destination. Virgil can discipline Dante's mind. Beatrice will summon his whole being. Virgil can lead him through the truth he can endure. Beatrice belongs to the truth that will undo and recreate him. By the time the climb nears its end, the listener can feel this tension ripening. We have walked through terror, pity, shame, labor, and hope. We have seen the soul at its most lost and at its most teachable. We have watched reason perform its noble office. And we have also felt the ache of its incompleteness. Something more is needed, not because reason is false, but because reality is greater than reason alone can contain. That more has had a name from the beginning. Beatrice waits not at the start of the journey, but at the point where Dante has been stripped enough to recognize her. He must come to her, no longer asking merely to be comforted, no longer hoping only to recover what death and time once took from him, but ready to be confronted by a love that sees him completely. The reunion ahead will not be soft in the ordinary sense. It will not flatter nostalgia. It will demand truth before it offers peace. And when she finally appears, it is not as a fantasy of comfort, but as a presence powerful enough to judge, wound, and heal. And so the moment arrives when longing must face reality. Dante has climbed through the terraces of repentance. He has watched pride bent low, envy made blind, anger purified, desire retrained, appetite humbled, and love itself slowly set back into order. He has been instructed, corrected, steadied, and carried farther than he could have gone alone. But now he reaches a threshold where all the labor of ascent leads not simply to relief, but to encounter. The woman who has stood behind the journey from afar, the one whose name has hovered over every hope of rescue, is no longer a memory beyond the horizon. She is about to appear. The setting itself seems to understand that nothing ordinary can receive her. At the summit of Mount Purgatory, in the earthly paradise, the air changes. The harshness of climbing has given way to a beauty that feels ancient, innocent, and freshly made at once. There is a river, there is song, there is movement arranged almost like liturgy. The whole scene unfolds with ceremonial splendor, as though heaven and earth have agreed to prepare a place for this return. Dante does not simply stumble upon Beatrice. He is brought to the edge of revelation. Before she is seen clearly, she is announced by signs, by procession, by sacred pageantry. Figures advance with solemn grace, rich with scriptural meaning and spiritual depth. The scene is crowded not in a chaotic way, but in a way that heightens order, as though every element has been given its appointed role in this tremendous unveiling. There are songs of blessing. There are flowers scattered through the air. There is a radiance of symbolic life that makes the moment feel larger than a private reunion, even though at its heart it is deeply, painfully personal. Beatrice does not return as a figure from Dante's private past alone. She returns within a vision of divine order, as if to say that what he loved in her was always meant to lead beyond itself. Then she is there, not as the young Florentine girl of memory, not as a ghost recalled through grief, not as a soft dream summoned to soothe the weary heart. She appears veiled, crowned, clothed in colors that speak of theological beauty and fulfilled meaning. Her presence is both recognizable and transformed. Dante knows her, and yet he must also face the truth that he has never fully known who she was. What once seemed to him a beloved face has become, without ceasing to be itself, a vessel of authority. The Beatrice before him is still the woman he has loved, but she now stands in a greatness that burns away every smaller fantasy. The force of that recognition is almost too much for him to bear. What floods Dante in this instant cannot be reduced to joy, though joy is certainly there. It is the joy of a thirst suddenly seeing water, of exile glimpsing home, of a wound recognizing the hand from which healing may finally come. But joy is only one current among many, and shame rises beside it, immediate and sharp. He does not merely see Beatrice, he sees himself seen by Beatrice, and that is a far more frightening thing. Reverence rushes in, because her presence is no longer only dear to him but holy in its weight. Grief returns too, all the old sorrow of her death and of the years lost after it, all the ways in which he has carried her absence, not as a path upward but too often as a private ache that folded him back upon himself. Recognition, finally, gathers these emotions into one overwhelming truth. This is she. This is the one through whom his life was once illuminated, and from whom he later wandered in spirit, even while preserving her image in his heart. Dante's response is instinctive. He turns, almost like a child, toward Virgil. It is one of the most tender and devastating gestures in the whole journey. In moments of awe or fear, we look for the familiar guide, the trusted voice, the one who has brought us this far. Dante reaches for that stability. But Virgil is gone. The silence where Virgil stood deepens everything. Reason has brought him to the threshold, and then reason, noble and beloved, must withdraw. There is a grief in this disappearance that should not be overlooked. Dante has not outgrown Virgil by contempt. He loses him with tears. The guide who spoke for human wisdom, poetic greatness, moral seriousness, and patient clarity cannot accompany him into this next encounter. At precisely the instant when Dante is least composed, most vulnerable, and most in need of reassurance, he must stand without that familiar support. It is a painful mercy. He cannot hide behind borrowed understanding now. He must answer for himself. And Beatrice does not meet his tears with immediate consolation. This is one of the boldest and most unsettling choices in all of Dante's poem. The beloved returns, and instead of embracing him in tender relief, she rebukes him. Instead of rewarding longing with softness, she speaks with severity. To many readers, this can feel almost shocking. After all the years of desire, all the suffering, all the distance, why does she not first comfort him? Why greet the pilgrim with accusation rather than welcome? Because the love Dante is meeting here is not interested in preserving illusion. Beatrice knows that sentiment can become one more refuge of self-deception. She knows that nostalgia can flatter a person into feeling faithful simply because he has suffered. But suffering by itself is not fidelity. Longing by itself is not transformation. Dante has indeed loved Beatrice, but he has also betrayed what that love was meant to awaken in him. After her death, instead of following more fully the truth glimpsed through her, he wandered. He gave his heart to lesser things, to distractions, false goods, spiritual evasions, compromised desires. He did not merely grieve, he strayed. And because Beatrice love seeks his true good rather than his emotional ease, she names this. Her reproach is not coldness. It is a form of terrible intimacy. Only someone who sees the soul in truth can speak this way without malice. Beatrice does not expose Dante to humiliate him, but to cleanse his love of fantasy and self-pity. She refuses to let the reunion become a scene in which his devotion is simply admired back to him. She will not let him rest in the drama of his own feelings. He has come too far, and too much is at stake. If she were to comfort him too quickly, she would leave untouched the very wound that has distorted his life. Her first task is not to soothe his emotion, but to restore his sight. So she speaks as one invested with moral authority. She addresses not only Dante the grieving lover, but Dante the soul responsible for his choices. She reminds him that he was given signs enough, beauty enough, reason enough, grace enough to seek what was highest. If even her death could not draw him upward into a purer hunger for God, what excuse remains? Her words cut because they are true. They cut because Dante has no defense that can survive them. And this is exactly why the scene is so powerful. The reunion does not deny love, it reveals what love actually is. In ordinary imagination, reunion means relief. It means the end of distance, the collapsing of sorrow into embrace, the granting of the heart's old desire. But here reunion is redefined. Beatrice does not simply receive Dante's devotion, as if the persistence of his feeling were enough. She tests it. She judges it. More than that, she purifies it. The question is no longer whether he has loved her in some human sense. The question is whether his love has become truthful, whether it has learned to move beyond possession, fantasy, and self-enclosure toward the good for which she has always stood. This makes the scene almost unbearable in its emotional complexity. Dante is near the fulfillment of a longing that has shaped his inner life for years. Yet fulfillment arrives in the form of exposure. He is close to the one he desires most. And at that very closeness he is stripped of all the comforting stories he might have told himself. Beatrice's presence intensifies tenderness and judgment at once. She is beloved and she is authoritative. She awakens memory and demands conversion. She does not permit Dante to remain merely the mourner of a lost woman. She calls him to become a soul capable of receiving what her beauty always meant. That is why his shame matters so much here. Shame in this scene is not simple self-loathing. It is the painful awakening of moral memory. Under Beatrice's gaze, Dante sees the difference between what he was called to and what he became. He sees not only his sins in a general sense, but the personal betrayal of a grace once offered. There is a special sorrow in realizing that one has not only done wrong, but done wrong against light. And Beatrice was light to him. Not the source of it, but the bearer of it. To have loved her and still turned aside is, for Dante, a uniquely piercing truth. Yet even in her sternness, there is mercy already at work. The very fact that she speaks means he has not been abandoned. The very fact that she judges means he is being treated as one who can still be restored. Indifference would be more terrible than rebuke. Silence would be worse than accusation. Beatrice's severity is active love. Love refusing to collaborate with illusion. She wounds in order to heal at the deepest level. She insists that he weep, not because tears are theatrical, but because repentance must become personal, embodied, real. He must grieve not only the consequences of sin, but sin itself. He must consent to being known truthfully. This is the turning point. Until now, Dante has been learning how souls are corrected. Here he undergoes correction in the presence of the one he most desires to please. That makes the purification more intense than any previous penance. A reprimand from a stranger can sting. A reprimand from one who is loved and revered can break open the heart. Beatrice's words do exactly that. They do not destroy Dante's love. They separate it from all that has corrupted it. They force him to move from idealization to accountability, from admiration to obedience, from emotional attachment to spiritual conversion. And in this way, Beatrice becomes, more clearly than ever, what she has been all along, not the end point of Dante's desire, but its transfiguring guide. This matters because Dante's earlier love for her, however beautiful, always carried the risk of remaining centered on his own experience. He could remember her, praise her, mourn her, even write magnificently about her, while still failing to let her significance change the deepest direction of his life. Now that possibility is taken away. In Purgatorio, Beatrice does not allow herself to be reduced to a poetic memory or a sacredized romance. She stands before him as a demand. If he would come with her, he must come truthfully. There is something profoundly human in this, even if few of us will ever face so radiant a scene. We often imagine that to be loved means to be accepted exactly as we are, without challenge, without disruption. But the most serious love does not leave us untouched by truth. It sees where we have betrayed our own calling. It grieves our evasions. It refuses to baptize our wanderings as innocence. Beatrice embodies that severe compassion. She loves Dante too much to let his sentimentality pass for faithfulness. And Dante, for all his pain, begins at last to submit. The tears that come now are not simply tears of overwhelmed emotion, but tears of recognition. He is being brought past the sweetness of dreaming into the harder blessing of honesty. This is why the scene feels so solemn, so ceremonial, so charged. Everything in its beauty serves this moral unveiling. The flowers, the songs, the sacred procession, the majesty of Beatrice's appearance, none of it exists to create romance for its own sake. It exists to show that truth itself is beautiful, and that judgment, when governed by love, can become the doorway to joy. So the reunion is not less tender for being severe. In its deepest structure, it is more tender. It honors Dante too much to console him falsely. It honors Beatrice too much to make her merely the reward for his suffering. And it honors love too much to confuse yearning with holiness. What stands between them now is not the cruelty of distance, but the purifying fire of truth. Only by passing through that fire can Dante's love cease to be haunted, self-regarding and divided. Only then can it become clear enough to follow where Beatrice is meant to lead. For she has not returned simply so that he may see her again. She has returned so that he may be remade under her gaze, and then guided beyond her visible beauty into the radiance it reflects. Only after love has spoken truth without sentimentality can Beatrice begin to lead Dante toward the light he has long desired. And this is where Dante asks us to reconsider what mercy really looks like. We are often tempted to imagine compassion as softness, as the refusal to wound, as the instinct to soothe another person before anything else. But in Beatrice's encounter with Dante, compassion takes a form that feels almost unbearable. She does not rush to protect him from shame. She does not lessen the truth to preserve his self-image. She does not reward his longing simply because it has been painful. Instead, she sees what he has become, sees how far his desire has drifted from its true object, and speaks with a clarity that cuts through every defense he still possesses. Her love is not diminished by that severity. It is revealed through it. That is one of the most unsettling and beautiful things Dante ever writes. Beatrice loves him too much to flatter him. Flattery would have been easy. After all, Dante has suffered. He has mourned her. He has carried her image through years of absence. He has built poems around her memory and given her a place of almost unimaginable honor within his imagination. A lesser vision of love might have treated these things as enough. It might have said that intensity is purity, that grief is automatically noble, that devotion to an image is the same as devotion to the good, but Dante refuses that confusion. Through Beatrice, he insists that not every longing is holy simply because it feels overwhelming. Not every ache of the heart leads upward. A person can be sincere and still be lost. This is the hard distinction being made in her rebuke. There is a difference between emotional obsession and sanctified love. The first circles endlessly around the self, even when it appears to be directed toward another. It cherishes the feelings, the memory, the wound, the drama of desire. It can become attached to absence itself, almost feeding on what it cannot have. It can call itself faithful while remaining trapped inside its own reflections. Sanctified love, by contrast, does not end in the beloved as possession, fantasy, or consolation. It moves through beauty toward truth. It accepts correction. It wants the good of the other and the good of the soul before it wants relief. That is why Beatrice's authority matters so much here. She is not speaking as an offended woman demanding satisfaction. She is not the object of a private romance reclaiming a negligent lover. If that were all this scene meant, its scale would collapse. Her words carry force because she has become, in Dante's vision, a participant in divine wisdom. She speaks from within, a love already ordered beyond injury, beyond vanity, beyond the need to be emotionally appeased. Her gaze is not narrowed by resentment. It has been enlarged by charity. This does not make her less personal. It makes her more so. She remembers Dante. She knows his history. She knows the promises hidden inside his first awakening to love, and the betrayals hidden inside his later wanderings. But she sees these things under a different light. Her concern is not whether he loved her in the sentimental sense. Her concern is whether the love awakened through her has been faithful to the destiny it was meant to serve. In that sense, her rebuke is neither private revenge nor cold doctrine. It is intimate judgment in the service of salvation. And that is why it hurts him so deeply. Dante's tears in this moment are not simply the tears of a man scolded by the woman he reveres. They are the tears of someone whose cherished self-understanding is falling apart. Until now, he has been able to imagine himself as a faithful sufferer, perhaps wounded, perhaps lost for a time, but fundamentally justified by the depth of his feeling. Beatrice does not permit that illusion to survive. She reveals that sorrow itself can become a shelter for vanity. She shows that memory can be used not as a bridge toward truth, but as a refuge from it. She exposes the possibility that Dante has loved not only Beatrice, but also the version of himself who loved Beatrice. That discovery is humiliating, and humiliation, in the modern imagination, is almost always treated as an evil with no redeeming purpose. We instinctively recoil from it. We think of dignity as something that must be defended at all costs. Yet Dante understands that there is a form of humiliation that is not degradation, but liberation. When false images of the self are stripped away, the soul does not merely suffer loss, it begins to breathe. What feels like collapse may be the first honest moment after years of inward performance. This is why his weeping matters. He is not crying because he has been defeated in an argument. He is crying because truth has reached a level in him deeper than intellect alone. The tears become a bodily confession. They say what his pride cannot yet fully articulate. They are evidence that he is no longer hiding entirely behind rhetoric, memory, or poetic identity. In weeping, he yields. In being unable to hold himself together before Beatrice, he begins to lose the self he has been clinging to. Dante's humiliation, then, is not mere punishment. It is part of his cleansing. Punishment alone would stop at exposure. It would name the fault and leave the soul under its weight. Cleansing goes further. It uses pain medicinally. It does not deny the wound, but it aims beyond wound toward restoration. Beatrice's severity belongs to that second movement. She is not interested in crushing Dante beneath guilt. If she were, there would be no need to guide him any further. The point is not to keep him in self-loathing. The point is to bring him to a grief that is clean enough to heal. This is a crucial distinction in Dante's moral imagination. There is a kind of sorrow that folds inward and becomes self-absorption all over again. A person can become fascinated by his own brokenness, almost admiring the drama of his remorse. But there is another kind of sorrow, the kind the Christian tradition often calls compunction, in which the heart is pierced and opened. It does not stare endlessly at itself. It looks toward the good it has betrayed and still hopes to regain. It is painful but not sterile. It washes. Beatrice leads Dante into that kind of sorrow. She does not allow him the luxury of melodrama. She does not permit him to turn repentance into what more performance of sensitivity. Her words drive him past aesthetic grief into moral truth. That is why the scene feels so exacting. Dante, who has so often transformed feeling into poetry, now has to undergo feeling as purification. He cannot arrange it into beautiful language quickly enough to control it. He must endure it. And yet, even in this severity, there is deep mercy. Mercy here does not appear as indulgence. It appears as refusal to abandon him to falseness. The merciful thing is not to tell Dante that his confused loves were harmless, or that his inner divisions did not matter, or that good intentions were enough. The merciful thing is to intervene before those confusions harden into destiny. To correct someone at the level of the soul is one of the most costly forms of love, because it risks rejection. It risks being misunderstood as cruelty. It asks the beloved to pass through pain without immediate comfort. Only a love anchored in something greater than emotional approval could bear to do that. That is why Beatrice stands in such a different relation to Dante than an earthly beloved in a conventional love story would. She does not exist to confirm his feelings. She exists in this moment to reorder them. She becomes guide, teacher, and instrument of grace all at once. The beloved does not disappear, but belovedness is transformed. Her beauty is still there, yet it no longer functions simply as the object of desire. It becomes a medium of instruction. Her presence still moves him, yet the movement now leads through conscience rather than around it. She is not less radiant because she judges him. She is more radiant because her judgment serves his life. What gives her the right to do this is not domination. Dante is very careful about that. Her authority does not arise from power in the ordinary human sense. She does not overpower him through status, force, or emotional manipulation. She commands because she is aligned with a wisdom he cannot generate for himself. Her authority is derivative in the highest sense. It comes from participation. She participates in divine order, divine charity, divine sight. She sees from above what he, bent downward by confusion and habit, cannot yet see clearly. Her words have weight because they are not merely hers. They are consonant with reality. This matters because it changes the meaning of obedience. Dante is not being asked to submit to arbitrary control. He is being asked to surrender to truth mediated through one he loves. That is a much more intimate and frightening thing. We can sometimes resist abstract moral principles with ease. We can debate them, distance ourselves from them, reinterpret them to suit our comfort. But when truth comes through a face we cherish, through a voice bound up with memory and longing, resistance becomes more painful. The person we want most to idealize becomes the one who tells us we have lived beneath our calling. That is Beatrice's role at this hinge in the poem. Until now, much of Dante's love for her has carried the charge of wonder, desire, grief, reverence, memory. Now another dimension comes fully into view. She is the one before whom illusion cannot stand. She becomes not only the inspiration of assent, but the judge of counterfeit assent. She tests whether what Dante has called love can survive purification and still remain love. If it cannot, then it was never whole enough to lead him further. If it can, then it may finally begin to become what it was always meant to be. This is what makes the scene so emotionally powerful. It does not deny tenderness, it refines it. Beatrice's sternness is not the opposite of love, but one of its highest expressions within Dante's spiritual world. We feel the ache of it precisely because we know how much Dante desires comfort from her. And still, what he receives first is truth. That ordering is everything. Consolation that arrives before conversion would only seal him inside illusion. Truth that wounds in order to heal is the only path by which their meeting can become more than sentiment. So Dante bows beneath her words, and in doing so he begins paradoxically to rise. The breaking of his pride is not the end of intimacy, but the beginning of a more faithful one. He is learning that to be loved rightly is not always to be soothed. Sometimes it is to be seen more clearly than we wish to be seen, and not abandoned because of it. Sometimes it is to be called back from lesser loves by someone who refuses to let us confuse intensity with goodness. Sometimes mercy arrives not as a hand that covers our eyes, but as a voice that asks us to open them. In this sense, Beatrice's rebuke is the turning point not only of Dante's repentance, but of his understanding of love itself. He must learn that love is not sanctified by depth of feeling alone. It is sanctified by order, by truth, by its willingness to be governed by the good. The woman he once adored through distance and memory now teaches him that true devotion cannot remain enclosed within emotion. It must become obedient to reality. It must become teachable. It must let itself be corrected. And because he accepts that correction, however painfully, the relationship changes. Beatrice is no longer simply the figure who awakened his longing in youth, or the memory that haunted his losses. She becomes the one who can actually lead him. The transition is profound. Admiration becomes discipleship. Desire becomes trust. The poetry of idealized love begins to open into the discipline of redeemed vision. What was once centered on her beauty alone is now being stretched toward the source from which that beauty comes. That is why this moment stands like an emotional hinge in the journey. Everything depends on it. If Dante were merely comforted here, he would remain enclosed in a refined version of the self that has already gone astray. If Beatrice were only adored, she could never become his guide. If mercy meant nothing more than kindness without judgment, then paradise itself would be unreachable, because the soul would carry its distortions upward unchanged. Instead, Dante is emptied out enough to receive a different kind of love, one that does not flatter his weakness, but rescues his freedom. Once Dante is stripped of illusion, the path opens upward, and Beatrice can lead him into the realms where human language begins to fail. And so the ascent begins, not with the violence of motion, but with a change in what Dante is able to bear. Paradise does not first announce itself as distance traveled. It arrives as a widening of perception, as though the soul must be taught a new tempo before it can enter a new world. In the realms below, he learned through struggle, confession, effort, and tears. Here he must learn through clarity. The rhythm changes, the air of the poem changes, even wonder changes. It is no longer the wonder of surviving darkness or climbing beyond fatigue. It is the wonder of being drawn into a reality so harmonious that the mind, accustomed to fragments, can hardly keep from breaking under the fullness of it. This is why the beginning of paradise feels so difficult to describe, even for Dante himself. The problem is not simply that heaven is beautiful. Beauty, on earth, can still be held at a distance. It can be admired, named, remembered, compared. But this beauty does not remain outside him. It presses upon his sight, his thought, his language. It asks more of him than appreciation. It asks transformation. The old habits of seeing are not strong enough here. The eye that has looked upon sin, grief, and penance must now be remade for joy. And at the center of this new education stands Beatrice. She is not less personal here, she is more. But she is also harder to describe than ever before, because what shines in her now exceeds every earlier memory Dante carried from Florence, from longing, from loss, from dream. On earth, her beauty could wound him with desire, astonish him with grace, or haunt him through absence. In paradise, those earlier experiences are not denied, but they are surpassed. She does not merely appear lovely. She has become luminous in a way that reveals how inadequate ordinary language has always been. Her face, her eyes, her smile, the very composure of her presence seem filled with a light that does not belong to self-display. She reflects another radiance, and because of that, she becomes at once more intimate and more ungraspable. Dante looks at her, as he has looked at her before, but looking is no longer simple. To see Beatrice in heaven is already to be drawn beyond Beatrice. That is the paradox. She is still the one he knows, the one whose voice addresses him, whose patience steadies him, whose beauty delights and overwhelms him. Yet she is also now transparently ordered toward God. Nothing in her asks to be possessed. Everything in her teaches him how to adore rightly. The beauty that once might have enclosed his attention now opens it outward. The beloved is still beloved, but beloved in truth, not in idolatry. For this reason, the passage from earthly purification into celestial ascent is not just a crossing from one place to another. It is a conversion in the structure of experience itself. In purgatory, upward movement was tied to effort, to the gradual cleansing of disorder. Time was felt. Progress could be measured in strain, in waiting, in prayer, in step after step up a mountain. Paradise moves differently. The ascent is swifter, lighter, less burdened by sequence as human beings know it. Dante does not conquer heaven by climbing. He is lifted into a realm where desire and fulfillment begin to move in closer union. The soul no longer drags itself toward the good. It is carried by love toward what it was made for. That does not mean the transition is easy. If anything, it is more demanding, because brightness can be harder to endure than darkness. We often imagine that suffering is the great trial and joy the easy reward. Dante understands otherwise. Deep joy can expose the soul just as painfully as grief. To stand before what is truly beautiful, truly ordered, truly good, is to feel the smallness of one's own capacity. Paradise does not flatter the traveler. It reveals how little of heaven the human heart can receive without being enlarged. Beatrice knows this. Her role here is indispensable, not simply because she leads Dante from sphere to sphere, but because she interprets what he cannot yet understand. She reads the strain in him before he can fully name it. She answers questions that rise from his bewilderment. She corrects assumptions that still belong to an earthly imagination. Again and again, she stands between Dante and confusion, not as a barrier, but as a merciful translator of glory. This is one of the quiet marvels of paradise. It could have been written as a pageant of remote splendor, all distance and abstraction, all blazing symbols and inaccessible perfection. Instead, again and again, it returns to the relationship between these two figures. Dante sees something beyond him. He falters, he wonders, he asks. Beatrice turns to him. She explains, she smiles, she strengthens him. In that rhythm, the vast architecture of heaven becomes not less majestic, but more humanly receivable. The cosmos is ordered in light, and that order reaches Dante through a face he loves and a voice he trusts. Her patience matters because Dante still brings weakness with him. Purified does not mean completed. Cleansed does not mean infinite in strength. He is ready for paradise only because grace has made him ready. But readiness in this sense is not mastery. He is still learning how to see. He still mistakes appearances according to old habits. He still expects heavenly realities to behave like earthly ones. He still needs to be told that what seems a lower place is not a lesser joy, that what appears as distance does not mean deprivation, that the blessed desire exactly what God gives because their wills are at peace within divine love. Without Beatrice, those truths might remain doctrines. With her, they become living instruction. She does not merely lecture Dante, she reorients him. There is a tenderness in the way she does it, even when she corrects him. The severity that was necessary when he had to be awakened from self-deception has given way now to another kind of guidance. She does not indulge confusion, but neither does she shame it. In paradise, her authority appears serene. She is composed, clear, and utterly at home in this light, and precisely because she is at home, she can accompany one who is not. That calm is part of her radiance. Dante struggles to speak of her because she no longer belongs fully to the scale of earthly comparison. Every time he reaches for an image, the image seems too thin. Every time he remembers her former beauty, heaven has already surpassed the memory. He often suggests that her loveliness increases as they rise. But even that language can mislead if we hear it too merely. It is not that she changes from one charming form into another more extravagant one. It is that, as Dante ascends, he becomes capable of receiving more of the glory already pouring through her. Her beauty unfolds according to his growing capacity, and his capacity grows because grace keeps adjusting him to the light. In that sense, Beatrice is both guide and measure. Dante often knows how much he has advanced by how much of her brightness he can bear. Earlier, her rebukes shattered him because he still clung to illusion. Now her splendor stretches him because he is being prepared for beatitude. She is a living threshold. To look at her is to discover what in him still remains too weak, too narrow, too earthbound. But it is also to discover what is being healed. The fact that he can continue looking, continue listening, continue following, means that transformation is truly happening. Paradise, then, is not introduced all at once as a final possession. It unfolds as an education in heavenly order. Dante must learn that glory is not chaos, not a flood of brilliance without distinction. It has structure, proportion, hierarchy, music. The blessed are not dissolved into sameness. They shine according to the measure of grace they have received, and yet none envies another, because all are perfectly aligned with the will of God. Such a vision overturns earthly instincts. On earth, difference so often wounds. Rank invites competition. Nearness to power breeds resentment. Human beings imagine that another's abundance must diminish their own. Heaven reveals another logic entirely. Order without oppression, distinction without rivalry, fullness without exclusion. Beatrice is the one who makes this intelligible. She leads Dante not only through places, but through misunderstandings. If he imagines the heavens in merely physical terms, she refines his thought. If he mistakes symbolic appearance for ultimate reality, she gently draws him deeper. If he fears that one soul must be less blessed than another because it appears in a lower sphere, she teaches him that every soul in heaven rests wholly satisfied in the divine will. She is, in this sense, the poem's luminous interpreter of truth. Through her, metaphysics becomes conversation, theology becomes encounter. The immense design of the universe bends close enough to be heard. And still, for all her authority, she never becomes cold. This may be one of the most moving things about her presence in paradise. Grandeur often intimidates us because it seems to have no room for frailty. But Beatrice's grandeur is never detached from care. She sees Dante's weakness and does not recoil from it. She accommodates his slowness. She gives him what he can receive, and no more than he can bear. Even her beauty, overwhelming as it is, works medicinally. It does not crush him. It draws him upward, little by little, beyond the limits he once assumed were final. There is something profoundly consoling in that. The soul does not enter heaven by ceasing to need guidance. It enters by consenting to be led more perfectly. Dante is not abandoned to splendor. He is accompanied through it. The brilliance that might have blinded him is filtered through relationship. The truths that might have remained too abstract are offered through affection and trust. Beatrice is not merely a symbol stationed beside him in the heavens. She is still, in a deeply personal sense, with him. Her attention falls on him particularly. Her words answer his actual fears. Her smile reaches his specific poverty. Paradise, for all its unimaginable scale, still makes room for this tenderness. That tenderness is crucial because it shows what redeemed love becomes. It does not vanish into impersonal light. It is purified into something more faithful than possession, and more enduring than longing. Beatrice does not cease to matter as Beatrice simply because she now reflects God more fully. On the contrary, she matters more truly. Dante does not lose the beloved in gaining theology. He discovers that the beloved was always meant to lead him beyond the prison of self toward the source of all beauty. In paradise, personal love is not erased by divine glory, it is completed by it. As the heavens begin to open one after another, Dante's task is not only to witness marvels, but to learn how to receive them without distortion. He must stop measuring with earthly scales. He must stop assuming that spiritual realities can be grasped by the old reflexes of ambition, comparison, and fear. And each time he reaches the edge of what he can comprehend, Beatrice is there, composed in light, ready to guide him across that threshold. Her presence gives continuity to the journey. She is the familiar center within an ever-expanding mystery. So the ascent into paradise becomes, in no small part, an ascent through her illumination. Dante follows not only where she goes, but how she sees. He learns to trust the order she inhabits. He learns that beauty is not an ornament of heaven, but one of its modes of truth. He learns that joy has form, that glory has proportion, that love, when fully healed, does not cling anxiously, but delights in the rightness of all things under God. And as that vision deepens, Beatrice's beauty is no longer merely something Dante admires from the outside. It becomes one of the very ways he is taught. In her splendor, he begins to perceive that heaven is not a blur of holy intensity, but an ordered radiance, each light placed rightly, each joy perfectly attuned, each truth made lovable by the beauty that reveals it. That is why Beatrice in Paradiso is so much more than a poetic memory carried upward into heaven. She becomes, without ever ceasing to be herself, one of the deepest answers Dante gives to the question of how human beings come to know divine things at all. In her, theology is not presented as a cold structure of concepts descending from a distance. It is given a face, a voice, a gaze, a beloved presence. The truths she speaks are immense, often difficult, reaching into freedom, providence, justice, celestial order, the nature of vows, the motion of the heavens, the relation between the blessed and God. Yet they do not arrive in the poem as dry instruction. They come through someone Dante loves, someone whose beauty had once awakened longing in him on earth, and whose transformed beauty now awakens understanding. This is one of the quiet marvels of the poem. Beatrice teaches, but she never feels like a lecturer standing outside the drama. She remains fully inside it. Her explanations are not interruptions to wonder. They are part of wonder. When Dante is confused, she sees it before he speaks. When he hesitates, she anticipates the shape of his doubt. When his vision falters, she does not simply provide information. She reorders him. She restores proportion between what he feels and what is true. The wisdom she offers is never detached from the person offering it. Her authority is radiant rather than severe. It comes not only from what she knows, but from what she has become. And that matters because Paradiso is a poem deeply concerned with the healing of human faculties. Dante must learn not merely new facts about heaven, but a new way of seeing. His mind, his desire, his memory, his imagination, even his capacity for joy, all have to be brought into alignment. Beatrice serves this process with extraordinary precision. She explains profound theological mysteries, yes, but she does so while keeping intellect and affection joined. In her presence, understanding is never set against love. To know more truly is also to love more rightly. To love more rightly is also to see more clearly. This union is at the heart of the paradise she reveals. For a modern reader, there can be a temptation to divide these things. We often imagine emotion and thought as rivals, as though clarity requires distance, or devotion requires a surrender of intelligence. Dante refuses that split. In Beatrice, he imagines a form of wisdom that is tender without being sentimental, exact without being lifeless. She can answer questions about the structure of the cosmos and the justice of divine judgment. Yet the emotional current between her and Dante never disappears. In fact, it is because he loves her that her instruction has such power. She does not replace feeling with doctrine. She transfigures feeling so that it can bear doctrine without breaking. This is part of a larger medieval vision, one that can feel foreign at first, and then strangely consoling once we enter it. In that world, truth is not encountered only through argument, however important argument may be. Truth can also be encountered through beauty, through harmony, through order, through the fitting relation of one thing to another. The universe is imagined not as chaos waiting to be mastered, but as a hierarchy of meanings grounded in God. Every level of reality has its place. Every motion, if rightly understood, participates in a greater pattern. Love it is not treated simply as intensity. It must be rightly ordered. It must move toward what is genuinely worthy, in ways that honor the structure of being, rather than distort it. Beatrice stands at the center of this vision. because she is both beautiful and intelligible. She is not merely a symbol attached to ideas from the outside. Her beauty is itself revelatory. Dante looks at her, and through that looking he is drawn into a world where splendor and truth belong together. Her smile does not distract him from theology. It becomes one of the forms through which theology is made desirable. Her eyes do not simply enchant, they direct. Her very presence suggests that reality, at its highest, is not less personal than we imagined, but more. The divine order she inhabits is not an impersonal machine. It is alive with love. Again and again in Paradiso, this becomes clear in the way Dante stages understanding. He often does not begin with a proposition. He begins with a look. Beatrice turns toward him. He sees in her face that she's grasped his unspoken confusion. Then speech follows. The sequence matters. Revelation is mediated through relation. Before Dante receives the explanation, he receives the attention of the one explaining. Before the truth is articulated, it is already felt as care. This does not make the truth less rigorous. It makes it more inhabitable. And so Beatrice functions almost sacramentally in the poem. Not as the source of grace, never as a substitute for God, but as a creature through whom grace becomes perceptible, desirable, and near. She mediates without possessing. She reveals without drawing worship to herself. She is transparent to a glory greater than her own, and yet her own distinct personhood is never erased. This is crucial. If she were simply dissolved into allegory, the poem would lose much of its human force. But Dante is too faithful an artist for that. He understands that symbols become powerful when they remain rooted in particularity. Beatrice means more because she is not less. That is why her emotional significance remains so intense even at the highest reaches of symbolism. Her smile still matters. Her gaze still matters. The way Dante longs for her approval, trembles before her beauty, and feels strengthened by her nearness still matters. These are not leftovers from an earlier, more earthly phase of the story. They continue because paradise does not annihilate affection, it purifies it. What was once vulnerable to possessiveness is now capable of participating in divine order. Dante's love for Beatrice does not vanish into abstraction. It becomes more exact, more reverent, more free, and perhaps for that reason even more piercing. There is something deeply moving in this. Many spiritual narratives seem to suggest that if one truly rises toward God, one must leave behind the personal textures of love, as though transcendence requires a thinning of the heart. Dante imagines the opposite. The closer he comes to ultimate reality, the more meaningful those textures become, provided they are rightly ordered. A smile is not trivial in heaven. A beloved face is not irrelevant to wisdom. The emotional life is not discarded as a lower rung. It is gathered up and healed. Beatrice can speak of divine mysteries because she herself is part of a redeemed humanity in which intelligence and love no longer compete. This helps explain why her instruction in Paradiso feels so unlike mere allegorical machinery. She does not appear only when the poem needs a doctrinal gloss. She remains a living presence with tone, responsiveness, and emotional force. At times she is gentle. At times she is almost teasing. At times she corrects Dante with a firmness that carries both urgency and affection. At times her beauty becomes so intense that he cannot bear it directly. These variations matter because they preserve the felt reality of the relationship. We are never allowed to forget that the guide of heaven is also the woman who once altered the course of a man's inner life. And this is where Dante's genius becomes especially visible. He manages to preserve the beloved woman inside the theological guide. Neither identity cancels the other. If Beatrice were only the beloved, the ascent might remain psychologically compelling but spiritually narrow. If she were only the guide, the ascent might become intellectually impressive but emotionally remote. Dante refuses both reductions. He allows transcendence to remain intimate. He allows doctrine to arrive through attachment. He allows the vast architecture of medieval theology to be carried, at crucial moments, by the tenderness and radiance of one person. Because of that, even the most elevated teachings in Paradiso retain warmth. They are not abstract truths floating above life. They are truths spoken into a relationship. Dante is learning about the moral fabric of the cosmos, but he is also learning how to bear joy, how to surrender injured expectations, how to accept ranks of blessedness without envy, how to understand difference without imagining inequality as loss. Beatrice teaches all this not by standing outside desire, but by showing what desire looks like when it is healed. She herself is an image of rightly ordered love, brilliant, free, wholly turned toward God, and therefore able to love Dante without confusion. In this sense, she embodies a profoundly medieval conviction that beauty can lead upward because beauty is not merely decorative, it is ontological. It belongs to the way reality shines when it participates in its source. Harmony matters for the same reason. Hierarchy matters too, not as oppression, but as relation, as ordered belonging, as the fitting arrangement by which each good receives and reflects light according to its capacity. Modern ears hear the word hierarchy and often think first of domination. Dante's heaven asks us to imagine something else. A universe where distinction does not diminish communion, where degrees of glory do not wound but complete the whole, where to occupy one's true place is bliss. Beatrice helps Dante accept this, because she herself is both exalted and intimate. She stands far above him in purity and vision, and yet she does not become unreachable in the emotional sense. Her very superiority is not humiliating, it is medicinal. It awakens desire for transformation rather than resentment. Through her, Dante learns that to look upward need not mean to feel crushed. It can mean to be invited. Her radiance does not mock his incompleteness. It calls him beyond it. There is also a subtle courage in Dante's decision to make a woman the bearer of so much theological illumination. In the world he inherited, formal structures of authority were overwhelmingly male. Yet in the central movement of his greatest poem, the one who interprets heaven, untangles doubt, and leads the pilgrim into deeper truth is Beatrice, not because femininity is sentimentalized into softness, but because she is imagined as wisdom joined to beauty, grace joined to clarity. She does not merely inspire the poem from a distance, she actively thinks within it. She speaks with intellectual force, she reveals, she judges, she consoles, she leads. Still, what makes her unforgettable is that all this never strips her of felt humanity. Even transfigured, she is not a concept in feminine form. She remains charged with memory, history, longing. Every time Dante looks at her, something of earthly love is present, but purified of desperation. The old ache has not been denied. It has been answered by being drawn into a larger order. This gives Paradiso much of its emotional depth. Heaven could have been written as pure vision. Instead, it is also written as encounter. The infinite is approached through a face Dante knows, though he must go on learning what that face now means. And perhaps that is the most astonishing thing. Beatrice never becomes less beloved in order to become more theological. She becomes more theological by becoming more fully what a beloved person can be when seen within the light of God. She is wisdom, but wisdom still smiling. She is grace, but grace still looking back at him. She is revelation, but revelation spoken by someone whose presence stirs memory and devotion. The personal and the transcendent remain bound together, not in confusion, but in a harmony so delicate that only a poet of Dante's daring could sustain it. The result is that paradise never drifts entirely away from the human scale. However high the ascent, however dazzling the metaphysics, there remains the pulse of recognition between one soul and another. Beatrice is one of the reasons heaven in this poem feels inhabitable rather than merely admirable. Through her, Dante suggests that the path to the highest truth does not bypass love. It heals love until it can endure truth. He suggests that the mind rises best when the heart is not amputated, but educated. He suggests that transcendence is not the freezing of affection, but its liberation into right relation. Yet the higher Dante rises, the more he must face a painful truth. Even Beatrice, central as she is, cannot be the final destination. This is one of the most delicate turns in the entire journey, and perhaps one of its most deeply human. For so long, Beatrice has been the face through which light became bearable. She has been correction, consolation, rebuke, radiance, memory, theology, and mercy, all at once. Dante has learned to read heaven partly by learning to read her expression. He has watched her smile brighten as they ascend, seen her beauty grow beyond any earthly measure, and followed not only her words but her gaze. Again and again, she has turned him toward realities greater than himself. And because she has done this with such tenderness and authority, the thought of moving beyond her feels almost impossible. But that impossibility is precisely what must be overcome. The sorrow of this moment lies in its gentleness. Beatrice does not vanish in cruelty. She is not taken from Dante as punishment, nor withdrawn to prove that love is an illusion. Nothing here suggests rejection. Happens is far more subtle, and therefore far more piercing. Her work as guide reaches its fulfillment. She has not failed him. She has succeeded so completely that she can at last recede. That is a hard kind of grace to receive. Human beings often know how to love in the form of clinging. We call someone precious, and then we begin, almost without noticing, to build our sense of life around their nearness. We fear the day their hand no longer holds ours, their voice no longer steadies us, their eyes no longer confirm that we are seen. Even noble affection can become entangled with need. Even devotion can carry within it the hidden wish that the beloved remain ours in the way we have come to depend on. Dante understands this, not abstractly, but from the inside. His love for Beatrice began in longing, in memory, in ache. It was once bound tightly to the wound of absence. She was the one he could not keep, the one lost to death, the one transfigured by distance into an object of nearly unbearable desire. Yet Paradise has been teaching him another way to love her. At every stage, Beatrice has been less a possession than a revelation. She belongs not to Dante's hunger, but to God's order. The more truly he sees her, the less he can imagine enclosing her within his own emotional need. Her beauty is not there to feed his desperation. Her wisdom is not there to secure his dependence. Even her nearness is not meant to end in itself. She is gift, and a gift of this kind cannot be hoarded. It can only be received with gratitude and followed in the direction it opens. So when the time comes for Beatrice to give way, the moment carries both grief and clarity. Grief because Dante is still human, and the loss of immediate closeness, however necessary, still stings. Clarity, because by now he has been prepared to understand what this transition means. He is not being asked to love her less. He is being asked to love her more truthfully. This is the mature form of his love, and it is infinitely harder than longing. Longing can be dramatic. It fills poems with tears, memory, hunger, and desire. It burns brightly because it revolves around what the self lacks. But mature love asks for something quieter and more difficult. It asks the lover to rejoice in the beloved's full reality, even when that reality carries her beyond his reach. It asks him to bless what he cannot possess. It asks him to stop measuring love by proximity and begin measuring it by participation in the good toward which the beloved is already turned. Dante, by this point, has been schooled in exactly that transformation. The man who once trembled before Beatrice, as before a miracle, almost too painful to bear, now meets the deepest proof of what she has taught him. If he were still governed by the old desperate attachment, he would resist this passage. He would insist on keeping her at the center as the irreplaceable object of his private devotion. He would confuse fidelity with refusal to let go, but he does not. He grieves, yes. He feels the poignancy of her withdrawal. Yet within that sorrow there is consent. And that consent is beautiful. It means he has finally learned that true spiritual love does not imprison the beloved inside personal need. It does not say, "Stay with me because I cannot be whole without your visible presence." It does not reduce the beloved to a source of comfort, insight, or emotional reassurance, however precious those things may be. Instead, it honors the beloved by wanting what she herself most fully is. It follows where she points. It accepts that if her deepest truth is to lead beyond herself, then to remain fixed on her alone would be, in the end, a failure to understand her. Beatrice has always been pointing beyond herself. Even when Dante loved her on earth, what drew him was never merely a private charm, as if she were important only because she stirred his emotions. The tradition that grows around her in his work insists on something more. She awakens desire, yes, but desire purified into assent. She is beautiful, but her beauty is not self-sealed. It is directional. It calls him out of self-enclosure. It demands an answer larger than infatuation. This becomes unmistakable. Her smile is not there to end the journey. Her eyes are not there to trap him in adoration. Every glance, every explanation, every correction has been preparing him for a vision no creature, however blessed, can replace. And still, knowing that does not cancel the ache. This is why the moment feels so real. Dante does not become a cold saint of abstraction. He does not simply shrug and move on to higher things with impersonal serenity. The poem allows space for the quiet sorrow of release. There is grandeur in this, but there is also tenderness. To let go of someone you love, not because they have ceased to matter, but because you have come to understand more fully what their presence meant, is one of the most painful acts of the heart. It requires the surrender of illusion without the surrender of love. It requires one to say, "You were never less because you were not mine to keep." Beatrice's withdrawal, then, is not the fading of love but its vindication. She does not become irrelevant once the final vision approaches. On the contrary, her very ability to recede reveals the greatness of her role. Lesser guides create dependence. They bind others to themselves. They become indispensable in the worst sense, not because they have truly liberated the one they lead, but because they have taught him to orbit their personality. Beatrice does the opposite. She leads Dante so well that he can continue toward what even she cannot stand in place of. Her humility is hidden inside her splendor. She shines. And then, when the hour comes, she does not demand to remain the center of sight. There is something profoundly moving about that. It tells us that the truest forms of guidance are fulfilled in release. A mother teaches a child to walk, so that one day the child can walk without holding her hand. A teacher leads a student toward understanding and hopes, if the teaching has taken root, that the student will eventually see for himself. A beloved who loves truly does not seek to be the final boundary of the other's world. She rejoices when the other reaches the good she has helped him desire. In this sense, Beatrice's stepping back is not disappearance into insignificance. It is the final act of her fidelity to Dante's soul, and Dante's response shows that he is finally capable of receiving that fidelity as an adult soul, not as a starving one. Earlier in his life, Beatrice was intertwined with loss. Her death fixed her in memory as the unreachable center of grief. Even when that grief became lyrical and spiritually ambitious, it still bore the marks of wounded attachment. The self stood in the middle, feeling its deprivation, but now the center has shifted. Dante does not cease to love Beatrice personally, vividly, even tenderly. He does not become indifferent to her face, her voice, her place in his story. Yet his love no longer asks her to solve the ache of being human. It no longer asks her to be the answer to every hunger. Instead, it thanks her for having led him toward the one in whom every hunger is understood, judged, and finally met. That is why this letting go feels less like severance than like completion. Completion is often quieter than we expect. We imagine climactic endings with dramatic gestures, but many of the most decisive changes in a soul arrive almost silently. Something loosens. Something once grasped in fear is opened in trust. The hand does not stop loving what it held. It simply stops closing around it. In Dante's case, this inner opening is monumental. It marks the difference between needing Beatrice as a bridge one refuses ever to leave, and receiving Beatrice as a grace that has done exactly what grace is meant to do: carry the soul onward. There is sorrow in that onwardness because every human being knows, in some form, the sadness of being brought to a threshold by someone who cannot cross it for us. There are limits to accompaniment in every life. No matter how dearly we are loved, there come moments when another's presence, however luminous, cannot substitute for our own seeing, our own consenting, our own transformation. Beatrice can prepare Dante, purify him, direct him, strengthen him. But the final vision demands a different immediacy. He must enter with the love she has educated, not merely with the comfort she once provided. And so the emotional truth of this passage rests in a paradox. Dante loses nothing essential by allowing Beatrice to recede, and yet he feels the loss. Spiritually, this is progress. Personally, it is painful. The greatness of the poem is that it refuses to flatten either side. It does not sentimentalize attachment, as if clinging were proof of depth. But neither does it pretend that holiness erases tenderness. The release is magnificent precisely because it costs something. It asks for a relinquishment of what has been most beautiful on the way, not because beauty was false, but because beauty was always leading further in. In that sense, Dante's farewell to Beatrice is one of the purest signs that his love has been healed. He no longer loves her against reality. He loves her within reality's full horizon. He does not pull her back down into the scale of his private need. He lets her remain what she is: a blessed soul, a radiant intelligence, a beloved person, and a servant of a glory no one creature can contain. To love her this way is to be freed from the old confusion between adoration and possession. It is also to discover that gratitude can be stronger than grasping. Grasping always fears the end. Gratitude, though it can weep, knows how to bless what it cannot keep. Gratitude says, "What I received was real, and because it was real, I do not dishonor it by demanding that it remain in the form I prefer." Dante's love reaches that depth here. He does not deny his sorrow, but he does not let sorrow become rebellion. He does not cling to Beatrice in a way that would obscure the very truth she has spent the entire ascent revealing. He lets his heart break open rather than close in. And this broken open heart is finally capable of the ultimate sight. What makes the moment so unforgettable is that it gathers the whole arc of their relationship into one final act of understanding. The girl first glimpsed in Florence, the lost beloved mourned in youth, the exalted lady of memory, the stern redeemer who descended to save him from ruin, the heavenly teacher whose beauty intensified with every sphere. All of these are present in this letting go. Nothing is discarded, everything is transfigured. The love that began in wonder, suffered in absence, and was purified through vision now reaches its most selfless form. In letting Beatrice lead him beyond herself, Dante discovers what her presence had always been preparing him to see. And yet, even after this surrender, Dante does not speak as a man who now possesses what he has seen. He speaks as someone who has been overwhelmed by it. The closer he comes to the heart of paradise, the more his language changes. It does not become more triumphant. It becomes more humble. Again and again, he pauses to confess that the human tongue is too frail, too earthly, too bound to time and sequence to carry the full weight of what was shown to him there. This is one of the most moving truths of the final cantos. The poem has climbed through darkness, through repentance, through intelligence, through light itself. It has named stars, virtues, saints, motions of heaven, mysteries of theology, and the architecture of eternity. Dante has proven again and again that he is a poet of enormous daring. And yet at the very threshold of the highest vision, daring gives way to reverence. He does not pretend that genius can conquer the divine. He does not flatter himself with the fantasy that he can simply report heaven as though it were a landscape seen from a hill. Instead, he admits defeat, but it is a holy kind of defeat. It is the defeat of speech before glory. There is something deeply human in that. We know what it is to live through moments that exceed our ability to explain them. A birth, a deathbed, a sudden forgiveness, the instant when grief turns into peace. The strange stillness of realizing that love has altered the shape of your life. Even the most ordinary person knows that there are experiences which refuse to fit inside words. Language can circle them, it can gesture, it can tremble near them, but it cannot contain them. Dante brings that human truth to its highest possible intensity. Paradise is not merely beautiful, it is so real, so pure, so immediate in its nearness to God, that expression itself begins to fail. And the failure matters. It is not an embarrassment in the poem, it is part of the poem's deepest honesty. If he were to describe everything with perfect confidence, if every vision were rendered as though it had passed intact from heaven into verse, something essential would be lost. The distance between mortal perception and divine fullness would vanish. But that distance is exactly what the closing movement preserves. Dante has seen, yes, he has truly seen. But to see is not the same as to possess. To receive is not the same as to master. The vision passes through him like lightning through air, leaving brightness, heat, and memory, but not ownership. So memory becomes sacred, not memory in the casual sense, not recollection as a storehouse of images one can open at will, but memory as fragment, as trace, as the remnant of contact with something larger than the self. Dante remembers enough to bear witness. He does not remember enough to replace the event itself. This is why the last reaches of paradise feel at once immense and intimate. They are immense, because they concern the structure of reality, the union of love and intellect, the final turning of all things toward God. But they are intimate because we receive all of this through the trembling of one man's mind trying to hold what cannot be held. He becomes, in those moments, less a conqueror of mysteries than a custodian of what remains. That distinction is crucial. The poet is not standing before us saying, "I captured paradise." He is saying, "Paradise touched me, and I am trying not to betray what little of it survived my return." The authority of the narration comes not from total command, but from fidelity. He wants to be faithful to the impression, faithful to the wound of beauty, faithful to the measure that his memory can still sustain. This gives the closing vision an extraordinary tenderness. So much of medieval sacred art can seem, from a distance, fixed and monumental. But here, in the very act of narrating ultimate truth, the poem reveals vulnerability. Dante's memory is finite, his intellect strains, his vocabulary thins at the edges, his comparisons become more desperate, more luminous, more aware of their own inadequacy. He is like someone bringing cupped hands to the sea, knowing all the while that what he carries back is not the sea itself, only a little water glittering with its taste. And yet that little water matters. It matters because witness is never nothing. To say I cannot fully speak is not to say there is nothing to say. On the contrary, the inability becomes its own form of testimony. It tells us that what lies ahead is not an invention polished into certainty, but a reality before which even the greatest poet must bow. The gaps, the hesitations, the confessed insufficiencies, these do not weaken the vision. They protect it from becoming manageable. They keep paradise from shrinking to the size of explanation. In this sense, the poem's final music is made not only of revelation but of restraint. Dante speaks, and then he stops. He reaches, and then he acknowledges the limit. He remembers, And then he admits how much has faded in the very act of returning to ordinary consciousness. There is pain in that, quietly felt. To have known a joy beyond measure and to discover that memory cannot wholly preserve it is its own kind of sorrow. Paradise leaves a sweetness behind, but also an ache. And this ache brings Beatrice back to the center, even when the light seems to outgrow all individual forms. Because throughout the ascent, Beatrice has never been only an object of devotion. She has been the mediator of splendor. She has been the one who translated radiance into something Dante could endure. Her beauty did not distract him from truth. It prepared him for it. Her words did not replace mystery. They taught him how to receive mystery without being destroyed by it. Again and again, she met his confusion with clarity, his fear with steadiness, his attachment with purification. When the heavenly order was too dazzling, she interpreted. When his sight faltered, she strengthened it. When his love risked turning backward toward possession, she redirected it toward freedom. In that sense, Beatrice's role does not diminish when language begins to fail. It becomes more important. For what has she been doing all along, if not making the unbearable bearable? Not by reducing heaven to something small, but by leading Dante into a greater capacity for wonder. She is the human nearness through which transcendence first became possible for him. Her face, her smile, her rebukes, her explanations, her increasingly radiant presence. These are not ornaments added to a theological journey. They are the living bridge by which the journey can be undergone at all, even when she no longer stands before him in the same immediate way. The entire possibility of his witness bears her imprint. We might say that paradise comes to us through two kinds of mediation at once, through memory and through Beatrice. And these are not separate. Memory itself has been shaped by love. Dante does not remember heaven as a detached observer might remember a set of doctrines. He remembers it through encounter, through relationship, through the history of being led. The highest truths are filtered through the most personal of stories. One soul was lost, one beloved intervened, one gaze taught another gaze how to look upward. That is why the cosmic scale of the ending never becomes cold. The poem rises into circles of light, into divine geometry, into the hidden harmony of the Incarnation and the Trinity. But even there, the emotional pulse remains close to the heart. We are not simply hearing about the universe. We are hearing about what it felt like for Dante to be brought, step, by someone he loved, into a reality greater than longing itself. Paradise is majestic, yes. It is also remembered. And because it is remembered, it carries the warmth of the one who first made it intelligible. There is something almost paradoxical here. The closer Dante draws to God, the more impersonal the radiance might seem to a lesser poet. Pure light, pure being, pure unity. But Dante never allows the journey to dissolve into abstraction. He keeps insisting, through the very fragility of his recollection, that eternity entered him in a personal way. This matters enormously. It means the final vision is not the erasure of the self, but its fulfillment. Not the disappearance of love's history, but its transfiguration. The road to the absolute was not traveled by intellect alone. It was traveled by memory, by desire, by repentance, by a face once seen Florence and never forgotten. And so when speech falters, Beatrice remains present not merely as a figure inside the story, but as part of the story's very possibility. Without her, Dante might still have had doctrine. He would not have had this path. Without her, he might still have spoken of God. He would not have spoken from this wound of astonished gratitude. Without her, perhaps he could have imagined heaven. But he could not have borne its light in the way the poem asks him to bear it. As one who was disciplined by love into readiness. This helps explain why the closing humility of the Paradiso feels so earned. Dante is not a man theatrically claiming unworthiness in order to magnify himself. He has undergone the actual diminishment of every merely human power before divine excess. He knows now, in the deepest sense, that sight outruns speech, that reality outruns metaphor, that grace outruns intellect. And because he knows this, his voice grows gentler, less eager to dominate, more willing to testify, less concerned with display, more devoted to truth. The truth, however, still needs a human vessel. It still needs cadence, image, memory, and confession. The poem does not end in silence, though it approaches silence. It ends in that moving borderland where saying and unsaying meet. Dante gives us not the whole of paradise, because no poem could do that, but the afterglow of an encounter that changed the structure of his being. He gives us the pressure left on the soul by contact with eternal love. And perhaps this is why readers across centuries continue to feel that the final reaches of the Divine Comedy are not remote, despite their difficulty. We sense, beneath all the theology and celestial splendor, a person struggling to remain honest before what overwhelmed him. We hear not only a master poet, but a witness who knows his witness is partial. There is trust in that partialness. It feels more believable than complete fluency would. It feels like the speech of someone who has come back from the edge of what can be known, and is still dazed by brightness. In that dazed brightness, Beatrice is still there. She is there in the shape of Dante's seeing, in the discipline of his attention, in the tenderness with which transcendence has been rendered personal. She is there as the great interpreter of joy, the one through whom heavenly reality first became something not merely to admire, but to survive. And she is there in the fact that paradise for Dante is never merely a place. It is also the fulfillment of a relationship purified beyond possession, beyond grief, beyond even the need for immediate presence. What remains is not less love, but more. Love widened until it can contain heaven, without ceasing to remember the beloved through whom heaven was first approached. So the final struggle with language is not simply a literary problem. It is spiritual and emotional as well. Dante is trying to say what no one can fully say, but he is also trying to honor the path by which he came to see it. He is trying to be faithful to God, faithful to memory, and faithful to Beatrice all at once. The grandeur of the cosmos and the intimacy of remembered love meet in the same trembling voice. That may be the secret pulse of these closing passages. The highest realities arrive to us not as cold abstractions, but as truths carried through a life. A man remembers what he can, he confesses what he cannot. He offers fragments lit by an impossible whole, and within those fragments, still luminous, still guiding, is the woman who taught him how to bear the light. After the vision itself, what remains is the question that has haunted generations. Who was Beatrice? Finally, within the truth of this poem, the simplest answer is that she was real. There was in Florence a woman named Beatrice Portinari. She belonged to a recognizable family, lived in the same city as Dante, and seems to have died young, as the poetry says. However distant the surviving documents may feel, they are enough to tell us that Beatrice did not begin as a fantasy. She entered history before she entered legend. She had a father, a household, a social place. She moved through streets that Dante knew. She was seen by other eyes than his. And yet, almost immediately, the simplicity of that answer begins to tremble. Because the Beatrice who lives in Dante's writing is so much more than a biographical figure that biography alone cannot contain her. The historical woman may have passed through a Florentine life as many women did, under the pressures and expectations of her world. But in the poem she becomes a force of orientation. She becomes a voice that judges, heals, teaches, rebukes, remembers, and draws the soul upward. She becomes, in a sense, too large for ordinary realism, and too intimate for pure allegory. This is why she has never rested easily in any single explanation. Some readers want to keep her close to earth. For them, Beatrice is first of all the beloved woman, the one Dante encountered in youth, and carried in memory for the rest of his life. This reading matters because it honors the human wound at the center of the story. Dante does not speak as someone inventing love from a distance. He speaks like someone marked by encounter, by longing, by loss. The intensity of his vision would feel false if no real feeling had nourished it. When he trembles before her, when her greeting matters, when her absence devastates, when her presence restores order to his inner life, we feel the pressure of something lived. Even if we cannot reconstruct the exact relationship between Dante and the historical Beatrice, the emotional truth of love remembered is too strong to dismiss. But to stop there is to miss what Dante is doing with that love. Beatrice is not merely a private attachment preserved in exquisite language. She belongs to a literary world shaped by courtly love, where the beloved often appears elevated, refined, almost unreachably pure, and where desire becomes a school for the soul. Dante inherits some of that tradition, and he transforms it. Like the courtly muse, Beatrice inspires speech. She disciplines attention. She makes the lover conscious of his own inadequacy and longing for nobility. Yet she is never only an ornament of style, never only the beautiful lady whose distance sharpens male devotion. Dante stretches the old model until it becomes something more dangerous and more alive. The beloved lady does not merely stir elegant suffering. She becomes a path through which spiritual reality enters language. That is why other readers understand Beatrice as a moral mirror. She reflects Dante back to himself. In her presence, illusions cannot survive. One of the most moving things about her role in the comedy is that she is not there simply to comfort him. She loves him enough to tell the truth. She names his wandering. She exposes his failures. She reminds him that grief, if clung to in the wrong way, can become self-enclosure rather than fidelity. In this sense, Beatrice is not only the object of Dante's love, but the measure of his condition. He sees through her what he has become and what he is called to become. This moral dimension makes her far more than a romantic memory. She does not flatter the pilgrim. She does not reward his sentimentality. She asks for conversion. Her beauty is inseparable from clarity. Modern readers sometimes find this surprising because we are accustomed to thinking of love as affirmation, as the place where one is accepted without demand. Dante's Beatrice certainly loves, but her love burns away excuse. She wants the soul whole. She wants him healed, and healing in this poem is never passive. It requires the painful surrender of self-deception. And still, even moral guide is not enough. For many readers, Beatrice also carries unmistakable echoes of the Virgin Mary. Not because Dante confuses them, but because medieval imagination often understood earthly relationships through patterns that open toward divine realities. Beatrice intercedes. She is part of a chain of mercy. She descends, in effect, into Dante's lost condition by setting his rescue in motion. She appears radiant, elevated, and surrounded by a language of blessing that exceeds ordinary social admiration. At moments she seems almost icon-like, a figure through whom grace becomes visible. To say this is not to erase her humanity. It is to recognize that Dante writes in a world where holiness and beauty are not enemies, where an individual person can bear symbolic resonance without vanishing into abstraction. Beatrice can remind readers of Marian tenderness and authority while still remaining herself. She is not the Virgin, but she participates in a moral and spiritual grammar shaped by devotion to the Virgin. Her presence helps us see how Dante imagines salvation, not as a cold transaction, but as a drama of mediation, invitation, and luminous care. Others go further and see Beatrice as theology in human form. This may sound abstract at first, but in Dante it becomes strangely concrete. She explains the structure of heaven. She clarifies difficult truths. She leads the pilgrim from confusion toward understanding. Her speech is often intellectually precise, yet it never feels detached from relationship. Dante does not learn through a disembodied lecture. He learns while looking at a face he loves. He receives doctrine through desire, and desire through doctrine. Knowledge and affection become intertwined. This is one of Dante's greatest achievements. He refuses the split that later ages often assume, the idea that reason belongs to one realm, love to another, and faith to a third. In Beatrice, these dimensions converge, and she is truthful, she is desired, and she teaches. She awakens memory, and she opens metaphysics. She belongs to Florence, and she points beyond the stars. If she sometimes feels more like an embodiment of wisdom than a woman of flesh and blood, that is because Dante is pressing language to hold both realities at once. There is also another way readers meet her, perhaps the most tender of all. Beatrice can be understood as saving memory. Not memory in the shallow sense of nostalgia, not the sentimental polishing of what is gone, but memory as a force that rescues meaning from loss. Dante does not forget her, but more than that, he allows remembrance to become a discipline of transformation. In many lives, grief hardens into repetition. The dead remain fixed inside the survivor as pain, regret, or impossible ideal. Dante attempts something more difficult. He lets memory become dynamic. The beloved is not preserved in order to trap the heart in the past, but to draw it toward a truer future. This may be one reason Beatrice still feels so living to modern audiences. We know what it is to love someone who becomes larger in memory than they ever were in daily life. We know the danger of that enlargement, how easily it can become idealization, projection, or refuge from reality. But we also know that loss changes the scale of things. After death, after separation, after the irreversibility of time has done its work, a person can come to hold meanings that were not visible in ordinary hours. Their voice, their face, their existence in our story can become a kind of inner compass. Dante understands this with astonishing honesty. He does not pretend the process is simple or safe. He shows how memory can mislead, but also how it can save. So was Beatrice a real woman, an ideal figure, or both? The most faithful answer may be that Dante's genius lies in refusing to let us choose too quickly. If we say she was only real, only Beatrice Portinari of Florence, we flatten the poem and ignore the vast work of imagination, devotion, and theological transformation through which she becomes what she is in the comedy. But if we say she was only an ideal, only a symbol dressed in a woman's name, we betray the emotional source of the vision. We sever transcendence from encounter. We make Dante's paradise thinner, cleaner, and less human than he meant it to be. Dante's achievement is precisely that he keeps reality and symbol bound together without dissolving either one. Beatrice remains irreducibly personal. She is not interchangeable. She is not just the beloved in general. She has a name, a history, a remembered presence. And yet that personal reality becomes transparent to meanings greater than biography. Through her, Dante explores grace, wisdom, judgment, blessedness, and the soul's desire for God. She is singular and more than singular at once. That doubleness can frustrate readers who want stable categories. Was Dante in love with a woman or with an idea? Was he mourning a person or constructing a spiritual system? Did Beatrice guide him because she mattered uniquely or because she was useful as a literary device? The answer, again, is not either or. Human beings rarely love in such neat divisions. We are always loving persons through meanings and meanings through persons. We idealize, we remember, we misremember, we sanctify, we grieve, we learn. The heart is never purely literal, and it is never purely symbolic. Dante, perhaps more clearly than most writers, understood that. This is why Beatrice continues to matter beyond medieval scholarship, beyond literary history, beyond the boundaries of Dante's studies themselves. She speaks to a modern unease that is both emotional and spiritual. We live in a time deeply suspicious of idealization, and often for good reason. We know how easily one person can turn another into a screen for fantasy. We know the violence hidden in false purity, the selfishness hidden in worship. Yet we are also starved for forms of love that do not collapse into appetite or convenience. We want to believe that loving another person can enlarge the soul rather than imprison it. We want to believe that beauty can lead somewhere true. Beatrice stands at that difficult threshold. She forces us to ask whether transcendence must always be an escape from the human, or whether sometimes it can shine through the human without consuming it. She asks whether grief must only diminish us, or whether it can ripen into insight. She asks whether the one we loved can remain present, not as a ghost of possession, but as a call toward greater reality. These questions do not belong only to Dante's century. They belong to anyone who has looked back on a face and felt that memory opening into something larger than memory. Perhaps that is the enduring tenderness of Beatrice. She is unreachable and deeply near. She is a woman of one city and one lifetime, and she is also a figure in whom countless readers recognize their own impossible mixtures of love and longing. She is what happens when a human being is remembered with such intensity that remembrance becomes revelation. Not revelation in the full divine sense, not a replacement for God, but a disclosure of how grace may touch a life through another life. And so the old question remains alive, not because it can be solved, but because it continues to illuminate us. We return to Beatrice not merely to classify her, but to understand what happens when love outgrows possession, when grief refuses oblivion, when beauty becomes instruction, and when a single remembered person comes to bear the weight of both earth and heaven in the imagination of one soul. She remains ambiguous, yes, but not vaguely so. Her ambiguity has form, purpose, and emotional truth. It is the ambiguity of a life transfigured in art, without being erased by it. In that sense, Beatrice may be most fully herself exactly where certainty ends. She is real enough to wound, luminous enough to guide, human enough to be loved, and exalted enough to seem almost beyond human measure. Dante never completely gives her back to history, and he never completely surrenders her to allegory. He leaves her where the deepest experiences often remain, between fact and meaning, memory and hope, mortal affection and eternal desire. And perhaps that is why the story still speaks so quietly and so deeply across centuries, to anyone who has loved what they could not keep. Dante was not alone in this. Across the centuries that followed him, other poets would discover the same strange arithmetic, a brief encounter, an impossible distance, and a devotion that outlasted the person who inspired it. To understand how singular Beatrice remains, it helps to set her briefly beside the women who occupy similar thrones in other imaginations. Consider Petrarch, writing in the same Italian peninsula only a generation after Dante's death, though never in Florence. He tells us he first saw a woman named Laura in a church in Avignon on a spring morning in 1327, and that the sight of her rearranged him as completely as Beatrice had once rearranged the young Dante. Laura, like Beatrice, was almost certainly a real woman, married to another man, encountered only in glimpses across the ordinary boundaries of medieval decorum. And like Beatrice, she became, in Petrarch's hands, something far larger than the sum of those glimpses. But the resemblance between the two devotions only sharpens their difference. Petrarch's sonnets to Laura circle obsessively around the ache of unfulfilled longing itself. He is dazzling at cataloguing his own suffering, the fever of desire, the sweetness of grief, the impossibility of forgetting a face that keeps returning to interrupt his peace. Laura remains, throughout hundreds of poems, gloriously present as an object of contemplation, but she rarely becomes an agent in her own right. She does not speak. She does not correct him. She does not lead him anywhere beyond the endless refinement of his own heartache. Even after her death, which Petrarch records with real and moving sorrow, Laura continues mostly to occupy the position of an image the poet revisits, rather than a guide who might demand something of him. This is where Beatrice diverges so sharply from her most famous literary cousin. Dante does not merely suffer in her presence. He is judged, corrected, and finally transformed by her. Petrarch's Laura intensifies feeling. Dante's Beatrice disciplines it. Petrarch remains, brilliantly, inside his own longing until the end of his Sequensum Zippix. Dante insists on being led out of his. The difference is not a matter of talent, since both men were extraordinary craftsmen of the interior life. It is a matter of what each poet ultimately believed love was for. For Petrarch, love was primarily an occasion for exquisite self-examination. For Dante, love was a summons towards something outside the self entirely, a claim on the soul that could not be satisfied by beautiful sorrow alone. A different later echo of this pattern appears in the friendship between the sculptor and poet Michelangelo Buonarroti and the noblewoman Vittoria Colonna, though their story belongs to a very different century and a very different kind of intimacy. Vittoria was not a girl glimpsed once but an adult ant correspondent, a poet and reformer in her own right, with whom Michelangelo exchanged letters, sonnets, and drawings across the final decades of both their lives. Their bond was never romantic in the ordinary sense. Vittoria had taken a vow of chastity after her husband's death, and Michelangelo, by his own account, prized her as a spiritual companion, whose conversation and faith steadied his own restless and often despairing temperament. Yet something of the Beatrice pattern survives even here, transposed into a quieter key. Michelangelo describes Vittoria's presence and, after her death, her absence, in language that borrows directly from the devotional vocabulary Dante had shaped centuries earlier, a beloved figure who does not merely please the senses but reorders the soul, who teaches the lover to look past his own vanity toward God. Michelangelo's late sonnets confess, with startling bluntness, that his art had too often served pride rather than truth, and that Vittoria's example, more than any technical mastery, had begun to correct him. He mourned her not as a man who had lost a romance, but as a man who had lost his clearest mirror. What binds these three stories together, despite their differences of era, temperament, and circumstance, is a conviction that would have seemed unremarkable to medieval and early modern readers, but can feel almost foreign to modern ones. That another person's presence can be a form of instruction, that beauty and virtue witnessed in someone else can reorganize the witness's own moral life, and that grief, rightly carried, does not have to end in bitterness or forgetting. Each poet discovered this differently. Petrarch discovered it only partially, remaining caught in the beauty of his own longing, until the very last poems of his sequence, where he finally turns almost reluctantly toward prayer. Michelangelo discovered it late, in old age, chastened by decades of ambition. Dante discovered it earliest and pursued it furthest, building an entire cosmology in which that instruction becomes the very architecture of the afterlife. It is worth asking why Dante went further than his peers, why Beatrice became not simply a beloved memory or a moral compass, but the guide of paradise itself. Part of the answer lies in temperament. Dante was, from every account we have, a man who could not leave a feeling unexamined, who turned every wound into a question, and every question to a structure large enough to hold it. But part of the answer also lies in what he refused to do. He refused to let Beatrice remain only a private consolation, the way Laura mostly remained Petrarch's. He refused to let her stay in the register of friendship alone, the way Vittoria mostly stayed Michelangelo's. He insisted that the woman who had once startled a 9-year-old boy in a Florentine room must, if his love for her meant anything at all, be answerable to the largest questions a human being can ask. What is justice? What is mercy? What does the soul owe to truth? And what waits for us after the world we know has ended? Later centuries would keep returning to this pattern, sometimes without quite knowing they were repeating it. The Victorian painter and poet Dante Gabriel Rossetti, who took his own middle name from his family's devotion to the Florentine poet, spent much of his career painting Beatrice again and again, most famously in a canvas showing her at the moment of death, eyes closed, a red dove descending toward her open hand. Rossetti's own life held an echo of the pattern too, a beloved wife who died young, memory transfigured into art, longing that outlived the person who first provoked it. The 19th century, so different in its habits and assumptions from Dante's Florence, still reached back for this same vocabulary when it needed a way to speak about love strong enough to survive death. None of these later figures matched the scale of what Dante built. But their persistent return to his pattern tells us something about why Beatrice has never faded from the world's imagination. She gave later writers, and later ordinary readers, a working grammar for an experience many of them recognized in their own lives. The sense that one person briefly known can become the measure by which an entire inner world is judged and, if the grief is carried rightly, slowly redeemed. Petrarch showed how far longing alone can carry a poet, and where it eventually runs out of road. Michelangelo showed how such a companionship, even without romance, can chasten pride in old age. Dante showed what happens when a poet refuses to stop at either longing or friendship, and instead follows the beloved all the way to the edge of what language can say. Setting Beatrice among these other figures does not diminish her. If anything, it clarifies what makes her singular. She is not simply the most famous of medieval literature's transfigured women. She is the one through whom transfiguration itself became a complete vision of the universe, in which a single human face, once seen in a crowded room in Florence, could become the means by which an exiled poet learned to see everything else. That may be the deepest reason Beatrice still lives, not because we know enough about her to reconstruct her fully, and not because her earthly story was long enough to justify the vastness of her afterlife in poetry, but because the force of her presence cannot be measured by duration. Some lives pass beside us for years and leave almost no imprint on the soul. Others appear briefly, speak little, vanish early, and yet change the inner climate forever. Beatrice belongs to that second kind of presence. Her power does not come from the quantity of scenes she occupies, but from the quality of awakening she makes possible. Dante understood something that remains painfully recognizable. A human being can become the turning point of another human being's inward life. Not through possession, not through shared domestic history, not even through fulfilled romance in the ordinary sense, but through revelation. There are people who do not simply make us happy or unhappy. They make us see. They expose the distance between who we are and who we might become. They intensify our conscience. They disturb our sleep. They gather our longing into a sharper, more demanding form. And whether they stay or go, whether they love us back in the way we dreamed or remain partly beyond our reach, life after them is no longer arranged in the same shape. This is why Beatrice continues to matter. Dante gives language to an experience that many people know, even if they have never named it so precisely. The experience begins, perhaps, with idealization. We see someone through light. We give them more coherence, more beauty, more moral harmony than any actual person can completely sustain. We build silently and almost involuntarily an image of them that answers not only to what they are, but to what we need. In that act there is tenderness, but also danger. To idealize is to love and to misperceive at once. Dante knows this. His greatness lies partly in refusing to pretend otherwise. And yet he also knows that idealization is not always mere illusion. Sometimes it is the mind's first, imperfect attempt to recognize that another person has awakened something genuinely high in us. We may exaggerate their perfection, but not the seriousness of our response. We may misunderstand who they are in full, but not the magnitude of the inward motion they caused. In this sense, Beatrice is not simply an error of romantic projection. She is the name Dante gives to the event of being called beyond himself. Then comes regret, another feeling so common that it almost seems woven into love itself. Regret for what was not said, regret for what was wasted, regret for the years spent wandering in distraction, vanity, resentment, or lesser desires. In Dante's vision, Beatrice becomes the figure before whom evasion fails. She does not flatter his pain. She clarifies it. She does not let him turn his suffering into self-pity. She makes him confront the ways he betrayed his own highest knowledge. That too is why she endures. So many stories tell us that love means being comforted. Dante dares to show that love can also mean being judged by the truth it awakened in us. There is something severe in that, but also profoundly merciful, because the judgment Beatrice represents is not the cold satisfaction of superiority. It is the grief of seeing a soul settle for less than it was made for. Anyone who has ever disappointed someone they deeply respected may recognize that feeling. The wound is not only that we failed them, but that in failing them we also failed the best part of ourselves. Dante transforms that intimate moral ache into poetry large enough to hold a universe. He makes Beatrice the one through whom reproach becomes rescue. And then there is grief, not abstract grief, but the grief of loving someone who cannot remain. Here the story reaches one of its most human depths. Beatrice dies young. The fact is simple, but its consequences are immense. Death interrupts all the ordinary futures that imagination had quietly begun to build. It leaves unfinished sentences everywhere. It creates a silence that does not feel neutral, but shaped like the absent person. Many people know this silence. They know how memory can become almost architectural, how rooms, streets, seasons, and hours seem rearranged by who is no longer there. Dante does not solve grief by denying it. He does something stranger and more difficult. He allows grief to become a passage through which love changes form without disappearing. This may be one of the reasons readers return to Beatrice again and again. Her story offers no fantasy of getting the lost beloved back in the old earthly way. There is no naive reversal of mortality. Instead, there is a harder hope that love need not end where possession ends, that bereavement can deepen perception rather than empty it, and that memory can become not merely a chamber of pain, but a discipline of attention. This is where devotion enters. Not sentimentality, not fixation for its own sake, but sustained fidelity to what one encounter, one face, one history of feeling revealed. Dante's devotion to Beatrice is extraordinary, not because it freezes her forever in a beautiful past, but because it lets her continue to work upon him. She becomes memory, yes, but not only memory. She becomes conscience. She becomes radiance. She becomes path. And perhaps the most moving thing is that she becomes all of these without ceasing to be beloved. That distinction matters. In lesser hands, the transformation of a woman into symbol can feel like a kind of disappearance. The person is consumed by the meaning assigned to her. Dante stands always near that risk, and sometimes perhaps he does not escape it completely. But the reason Beatrice remains emotionally alive is that he never strips her entirely of affection. Even at her most exalted, there is still the pulse of particular love. She is not merely wisdom with a face, not merely grace in feminine form, not merely theology made tender. She is the one he loved. The poetry keeps returning us to that intimate center. However immense the architecture around her becomes, its light is still warmed by attachment. This is what makes the story endure in human imagination. It holds together things that modern minds often separate too quickly: the personal and the cosmic, desire and discipline, beauty and moral demand, mourning and praise. We are accustomed to being told that intense feeling either ruins us or must be outgrown. Dante imagines another possibility. That feeling, if purified rather than worshipped, can become a way of ascent. Not because emotion is always trustworthy, and certainly not because longing automatically ennobles us, but because love can be educated, it can be corrected, it can be drawn upward without being extinguished. That hope speaks across centuries because it answers an ancient fear. Many people are afraid that deep love will destroy them. Sometimes this fear is justified. Love can indeed distort judgment, feed obsession, deepen dependency, and leave devastation in its wake. Dante knows this landscape. He walked through confusion, exile, ambition, bitterness, and loss. But he refuses to grant destruction the final word. In his telling, love is not saved by becoming weaker. It is saved by becoming truer. The beloved is no longer an idol on whom impossible demands are placed. The beloved becomes the occasion through which the soul learns what it was really seeking all along. That does not make the earlier human feeling false. It makes it incomplete. And there is comfort in that thought for anyone who has ever loved imperfectly, excessively, or in pain. Our first forms of love may be mixed with illusion, vanity, hunger, fear, and self-forgetting. They may wound us and wound others. Yet Dante suggests that even compromised love can contain a seed of transformation if we are willing to be changed by the truth hidden within it. Beatrice's lasting presence rests in this mystery. She is both the object of earthly affection and the means by which earthly affection is purified. So when we ask why she still lives, we are also asking why certain stories never lose their hold on us. The answer is not simply that they are beautiful, though this one is. It is that they recognize us. They tell us that to idealize is human, to regret is human, to grieve is human, to remain devoted long after certainty has vanished is human. They also tell us that these experiences need not end in ruin or cynicism. We do not have to choose only between naive romance and emotional disillusionment. There is a third way, narrower and more difficult, in which love becomes a teacher. Beatrice inhabits that possibility. She is the beloved who becomes measure without losing tenderness, the memory that chastens without becoming cruel, the lost one whose absence still gives light. There is enduring beauty in this. Not the beauty of perfection untouched by sorrow, but the beauty of a human bond carried into meanings larger than itself without breaking its original thread. One woman becomes memory, conscience, radiance, and path, and still somehow remains a woman once seen on the streets of Florence, once greeted, once mourned, once loved with the bewilderment and sincerity of a mortal heart. Perhaps that is why her name continues to feel luminous even for those who have never read every line of Dante. We recognize the shape before we master the details. We know what it is to keep company with an inner image of someone who changed us. We know what it is to measure later choices against a vanished presence. We know the strange mixture of gratitude and ache that comes when memory is both wound and guidance. And we know, too, the secret hope that what we have loved most deeply might not be wasted, even if it was never fully ours. In this way, paradise itself becomes easier to understand, not as an escape from feeling, not as the cold reward of those who have finally ceased to be human, but as the purification of all that human feeling was trying to become. The tears are not mocked there, the longing is not denied, the love that began in confusion is not erased as embarrassing evidence of immaturity. Instead, all of it is seen clearly, healed where it was crooked, freed where it was trapped, and turned toward its source. Paradise, in Dante's greatest insight, is not the cancellation of the heart. It is the heart made transparent to truth. And this is why Beatrice stands at its threshold so naturally. She belongs there not because she was never human enough to suffer time, but because she was human enough to be loved within time, and yet not exhausted by it. She gathers into herself the entire journey we have been tracing, the glance that begins desire, the memory that outlives presence, the rebuke that restores conscience, the grief that refuses to surrender love, the beauty that points beyond itself without dissolving into abstraction. Through her, Dante shows that spiritual vision need not float above ordinary attachment. It can rise from within it. To remember Beatrice, then, is not only to remember a woman in medieval Florence or a muse behind a masterpiece. It is to remember a possibility inside human life itself, that one beloved presence, however briefly encountered, may become the axis around which an entire inner world slowly turns toward the good. That possibility is rare and dangerous and easily sentimentalized, but in Dante's hands it becomes something steadier and more demanding. It becomes a witness to the idea that love's highest destiny is not to consume the self, nor merely to console it, but to remake it. So she still lives wherever people feel the disproportion between a fleeting encounter and a lifelong effect. She still lives wherever grief refuses to become emptiness. She still lives wherever memory remains morally active, asking more of us than nostalgia can offer. She still lives wherever beauty is felt not as decoration, but as summons. She still lives wherever someone dares to believe that the heart can survive its losses by being deepened through them. And perhaps, after all the circles and stars, all the theology and splendor, that is where we must finally return, not to the distance of allegory alone, but to the nearness of love, not only to heavenly order, but to the fragile earthly beginning, from which that order first became visible to one's searching soul. End by returning from the grandeur of paradise to the fragile human truth at its center, that one beloved presence can alter the destiny of a soul and the imagination of the world.